there in YouTube land. Can you guys hear us? What's that? Eucalyptus. Okay. Eucalyptus gives me incredible concentration. Oh yeah?
Looking to save money this year? Look at Allstate. You can get the protection you need at the low rates you want. With Allstate, you can lower your rates, not your expectations. Visit allstate.com or call an agent for a quote today.
We run these vaporizers in the house, and then we put tea tree oil and eucalyptus and stuff like that in it. And my wife swears that's why we never hardly ever get sick, because that stuff's good stuff. Keeps your head clear, keeps the air sanitized. Yes. MR, I left the sound off just for you. I can hear. You guys can't hear.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino. What the heck are you doing? We shot that year to hell, didn't we? I'm telling you this. Usually as you get older, time goes faster, they say, but for everyone, young, middle-aged, and old, I've asked this question, even to my teenage kids, or to older people than me, and people middle-aged. Was 2021 the fastest year you ever experienced in your life? Because we were all waiting for 2020 to get over with, right? We go into 2021 with mild optimism, and I swear to you, it's like, where did the year go? I remember 2020 very well, but am I the only one? Of course not. I've talked to too many people. What do you think? We got a lot of important things to talk about today. One thing, of course, if you live in Denver and you get a pitcher, they send these pitchers that you fill with water to get the lead out. Because many areas of Denver have lead adulterated water. And of course, drinking water anyway is terrible. So I just got my second drinking fountain from waterpros.net. Those people are so great. They were working last week and I had it put in. It's on the sink. So you just can't believe how wonderful that water is. And it's under $1,000 fully installed. No gimmicks. That's a triple filter reverse osmosis. Waterpros.net. Now, we have a show today that will take your problems, questions, and complaints, as we always do. 303-713-TALK. Plus, we're going to talk about what's going on right now with the fires and the winds. And now if we get any rain or snow that melts, we're going to have flooding because of it. It changes the landscape. You have all kinds of problems that follow wildfires from wind. Now, let's talk about all of this. First and foremost, Brian, Compass Insurance Group. Brian, it's safe to say that most everyone will be covered, right? I mean, if they've had insurance, most everyone has insurance. Let's assume they'll be covered for this recent Marshall fire.
Yeah, fire is like peril number one on an insurance policy. So, anybody that has insurance should have coverage. Now, what we hope for is obviously they'll have enough insurance to rebuild their homes and that kind of thing. But
now, that's where the market comes in. What happens when you can't? What happens when it's too expensive and they say, well, isn't replacement value? So you say whether they'll have enough. Shouldn't they automatically, if they have doesn't everyone have replacement value?
No, and that's a misnomer. But whenever you hear that's the problem with replacement cost. It can have some different meanings to it. Replacement cost could just mean that, hey, if something happens to, part of your home or your personal property, we'll replace it with new stuff. We're not gonna depreciate and say that your siding was 10 years old, so we're only going to give you the value of 10-year-old siding. That would be actual cash value. Replacement cost would mean they're going to replace it with new stuff. Now, I would agree with you. Most policies have that. However, most policies are going to be capped with how much they'll pay based on your dwelling limit. So if your home is insured for $300,000, unless you have extended replacement cost, you're going to be capped at $300,000.
What?
The majority.
Well, no one can rebuild. Are you talking about every home?
No. Whatever your dwelling limit is. I'm just giving you an example of 300,000.
Oh, okay.
Whatever your dwelling limit is.
Okay, got it.
Yep.
So you're saying that basically that's it. I mean, it will be whatever it is, and you don't get any more.
It is, yep.
Do you think there are a lot of people?
Replacement cost.
And so you have to have replacement costs. What do you do to insure above that dwelling amount?
So depending on the insurance carrier, they'll have an optional endorsement for extended replacement costs. Now, the problem is your big carriers out there, like your State Farms and Allstates, they usually cap it at 20% or 25% above the dwelling amount.
And that's a rider. That's a rider.
That's a rider, and it's on most policies. However, I just 25% or 20% isn't enough in this market.
So what happens? Will there be people then right now listening to this show who will have a fire and not get the coverage to rebuild their home? This is something no one is expecting.
Very possible. Very possible.
How do you insure around it? You can't, you're saying the best you can do is you have a dwelling amount, you can get a rider for 20% above it.
No, I'm telling you that's what the bigger carriers offer. State Farm, Allstate. We have carriers that have uncapped replacement cost or 50% above extended replacement cost or 100%.
Oh, so there are ways. There are ways to get the groove, right? I mean, you can get what you need depending on, but you have to know to look for it, or you have to know what you have.
Or you have to be with a carrier that offers it. There's some carriers.
And will you know in a phone call? Will you know in a phone call if I have them call you today to find out on their Dex page what they have and what it would cost to increase it with a good carrier?
Yes, right. We should be able to see what their extended replacement cost is, and if they want to go to a different carrier.
I urge everyone right now, and listen, this is not a sales job for Compass. I urge you right now to call them and find out what kind of coverage you have. This is major, people. Do you realize that most replacement costs is just a dwelling amount? And then you have a special rider for 20% over that, but you need more than that. And Compass has access to companies that do 50% over or unlimited amounts. See, this is really important that people know what the hell's going on in the insurance world. I think they just learned something very valuable. Compass is 303-996-9000, 303-996-9000. Hang on, don't go away, Brian. We want to come to you from time to time. We have some issues that have come up. We have some follow-ups, like, for example, I want to give them more time. We have the owner of One Solar on to explain one of the problems that a guy called in about, and Deputy Smarty Pants took care of that, so we'll figure that one out, and we'll do that coming up. All right, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. I'm Tom Martino, and we are back live. Yes, we are live. It's January 4th, 2022. Get your calls in, 303-713-8255.
Do roller coaster stock markets make you nervous? With such frequent ups and downs, don't let market volatility derail your retirement. Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, Saturday on 630 KHOW. If you're concerned about the markets, call today to schedule a complimentary review of your portfolio. Call 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604. Or online, yourmoneyyourretirement.com.
You know, when it comes to investing, I am very conservative because I want you to have only things that truly work. Now, Become the Banker is an investment strategy that I highly recommend. Let me explain something to you. It is not a get-rich-quick scheme. It's a place to save money tax-free, to draw it out tax-free, to borrow from yourself tax-free, to pay it back tax-free, to have a retirement. BecomeTheBanker.org for more information.
Exciting news for Denver area real estate. Home sellers now even have better options to sell for the highest price with the local group Keller Williams Realty DTC. Hi, it's Marty Lenz. How long will the seller's market last? Well, no one really knows. However, what we do know is that Dan and Sarah continue to raise the bar serving their clients. Do you have questions like, should I sell, or will I have another home to move into? Call the Ribble Group. You'll love the fact that they have over 13,000 exclusive buyers. Sell faster and for $30,500.
So that was replacement cost versus what? Actual, for that writer?
Well, most everyone has replacement cost coverage, but if you don't, then it goes by dwelling amount. Whatever you determine is the dwelling amount.
So the preference is to have replacement costs. Make sure that it is replacement.
Well, not just replacement. It's replacement cost is limited to the amount of dwelling.
Okay.
So it has to be replacement cost plus any adjustments.
Plus adjustments.
Any adjustments.
That would get you completely back to whole. Back to your home.
And if any company ever tells you you need a sewer line, they'll come out to your house, they'll scope the line 100% for free, show you the video, let you know if you actually need a new sewer line, and if you do, they can save you up to 50%. 720-434-3406. 720-434-3406.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. We are loving how thousands of people have found out just how safe and convenient it is to work out in your own home. There's never been a better time to buy. We have everything in the store on sale at pre-inflation pricing. You can save huge, up to 50% off, only while supplies last. Take advantage of up to 36 months, 0% financing.
Hi, it's Carl Mecklenburg, former Denver Broncos All-Pro linebacker, defensive captain. This is the place to come if you need a home gym. You'll use it every day. I use it. My wife uses it. Our son uses it.
How you guys doing? Ron Smith, two-time Super Bowl champion, three-time Pro Bowler. Bring your family with the Denver Broncos. You got dumbbells, you got fitness equipment, you got treadmills, you got bikes. You got it in stock right now. My original fitness equipment came from a big box store. Still the space, looked great, but it just wasn't functional. So you know what happened? Didn't get used.
We have the best warranties. It's commercial-grade equipment made for your home. Visit one of our 6 convenient locations today, fitnessgallery.com.
More than 1 in 3 people will face cancer in their lifetime. Unfortunately, fear can stop you from getting cancer screening, but it won't stop cancer. Early detection can save your life. Don't wait for symptoms to appear to act. Cancer screening is safe, effective, and accessible for everyone, including free or low-cost screening programs. Go to cancerscreeningquiz.com now and take the American Cancer Society's 2-minute cancer screening quiz to find out what screening tests are right for you. Don't wait. Take the quiz. Get screened. Go to cancerscreeningquiz.com now. cancerscreeningquiz.com.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
A refund tree in my
Sawing
backyard.
off its branches. Feeding them through a wood chipper.
My branches!
And dancing in its refund ring. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
I should have had done right do it. Don't be that person that says this after opening a model project. Hi folks, Dan Cicchini, owner of Done Right Kitchens and Baths, Windows and Doors. Simply put, we make people happy by being particular, just like you. 800-362-8270.
Hi, it's Mandy Carl. Join my friends Gary Bell and Brad Pollock for the Bell and Pollock Legal Show right here on KHAL every Saturday morning at 7. It's a live call-in show to give Coloradans like you free legal advice on any topic you'd like to discuss with them.
This report is sponsored by the Ad Council.
Mostly sunny with temperatures today in the upper 40s, but it is going to be windy with high wind warnings in effect for the front range. Some gusts getting upwards 65 miles per hour. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burns.
Okay, Dads, it's time to do the Cabbage Patch, the Running Man, or something more contemporary, the Floss. Dance like a dad. Learn more at fatherhood.gov. Sponsored by the Ad Council.
630 KHAL, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Don't forget realcbdthatworks.com for pain, inflammation, anxiety. It's a wonderful product. I take gel caps. I also have chewables, whatever you want. They even have a cosmetic line with eye serum.
Tom,
Panacea.
I've been trying that for the last 2 weeks, and I love it.
You know, I've noticed, and I swear to God I was going to say something this morning, but I'm very serious about that. I noticed something, and I shouldn't say it because there's no way to say this without saying.
Just say it.
Sometimes in the morning, her eyes, she's not old enough to have bags, okay, not permanent, but her eyes collected a little fluid in the mornings, and I would notice she would just, you could tell and look, I'm serious. Do you see? I'm not kidding when I tell you I noticed it. Suzanne, I was going to say something. I wasn't sure what to say.
And the face cream, I love it.
It's an anti-inflammatory. It's CBD, okay? It doesn't make you high or anything. And by the way, it's realcbdthatworks.com. And you get 30% off just putting Tom in the promo code. Yeah, she's walking advertisement right now. Okay, now, we are talking about problems you may have, but we heard something very important. I want to recap it. If you have replacement coverage on your homeowner's policy, it is limited by the dwelling amount unless you have a special rider. Most riders offered are only 20%, but that is not enough now. So you have to get something with 40 or 50% or unlimited. And by the way, you can find that out at Compass Insurance Group all day. They'll take your call on it. In fact, they'll take your call anytime, 303-996-9000. Now, let me go back because I want to talk to Deputy Smarty Pants, who has somebody on the line. Deputy Smarty Pants.
Hello.
This problem has to do with solar. Can you explain the consumer's issue?
Yeah, this is back. David B. was the consumer several weeks ago where he was unhappy with he said there were some scratches on the panels, and you had explained to him that might be something you got to put up with. And
well, what I said was maybe there's no such thing as perfection, right?
Right, that's what you said. Well, you said it might not be fair, but sometimes it's better to deal with it than what the remedy is. So I listened to David's complaint and had him tell me in detail what it was. And I contacted who I had to contact, and I have on the line with us Nate Hall, who's upper management.
Now, Nate is with One Solar. He's one of the principals there. And what did he do?
Well, he fixed, as far as I know, David contacted your show again and said everything's fixed.
Yeah.
And he's really happy.
He was very, very, very happy. You got him down off the ledge, though. For a while, he wanted cash and he wanted a complete refund and all of that.
Well, I can't say he was easy to deal with, Tom. I was his therapist, for lack of a better word, joking.
That brings up a topic about the error we're moving into right now. And I'm serious now. I'm a consumer advocate. I fight for people who've been ripped off, and a lot of people have been ripped off. But there's also a new sense of entitlement and consumers who either were brought up as brats or are completely off base and they don't give businesses a chance. I'm not saying, by the way, in this case, I'm not saying anyone calling me.
That's not this case.
But in general, there are some bad players, and business people nowadays are not taking it. Waitresses and waiters, wait persons, they're not taking it. Parking lot attendants, they're not taking it. I mean, there are a lot of people that are fed up. Hairstylists are firing clients. This is a new era of business, and I'm telling you what it means. It means that there is a backlash against consumers. Now, that's a bad thing because there are a lot of consumers with legit concerns. So what I've learned to do is be very appreciative and a very, well-mannered consumer. Of course, I've always been. Seriously, I have. But
correct.
When I have a complaint, then it has more weight rather than bitching and moaning about everything. Do you know how I know? I have some friends who always have problems with everyone. It doesn't matter who comes to their home. It doesn't matter what they do. They always have a bitch about it. So when they ask me for a recommendation, you know what I say? I don't say referralist.com. I say go to Home Advisor or go somewhere else. I say don't go to me because I don't want my people subject to that. But anyway, I already said that. Let's give to Nate.
So we're back.
Nate.
So let's hear Nate. Yeah, and Nate has a screaming deal, by the way, Tom.
All right, Nate, what happened in this case? Do you feel you guys dropped the ball, and how was it rectified?
There's definitely always area for improvement, and what we do is continue to learn from these experiences and try to make our customer experience as good as possible. Like you were kind of saying, it is a new era of customers and we deal with every type of customer. So, not to say anything bad about him or anything, like there are some customers that are a little bit more difficult than others. And this was kind of one of those cases where in order for us to finish our job, we had to be allowed back onto his property to do it. His complaints were valid. Our timelines took a long time. The permitting process for a ground mount is much longer and more delayed. But at the end of the day, we care about every single customer. We want to make sure that we are giving them that top-notch white glove service and customer experience. And this is one that, we definitely learned from. And we hope to make sure that every customer going forward does get that experience that we do want for them.
Okay, and we appreciate it. Now, what do you mean, Marty, he has a screaming deal?
Well, I told him about your show and, what you do with screaming deals, and he came up with something that he thinks for your consumers is going to be really good.
What is it?
So I'm sure, as you guys have seen, in the Denver area, all around Colorado, solar is a big thing. It's happening. Many customers are choosing to have their homes powered by solar panels.
That's right.
So we wanted to throw out a promotion. Anyone who mentions your name, calls our phone number, mentions your name, we're going to give them $2,000 off of their solar system. So we do free in-home estimates, and also we can do them virtually. If anyone has any COVID concerns, we can do those estimates and give a proposal virtually. The number to call is 720-577-4333 and mention Tom.
How long have you been in business? How long have you been in business?
Since 2014.
Okay. And the tax credits. If someone buys in January, can they go back on their? Do they have until April 15th or only the calendar year? In other words, does the tax credit come from when I file my 2021, or do I have to wait till I file 2022?
So if you go solar today, it will be on when you file your 2022 taxes.
Okay.
So it is in the calendar year. So luckily, the federal tax credit stayed the same. So it is still a 26% federal tax credit to go solar. It really makes it kind of a no-brainer. But, for everyone to take a look at it, it's free, no risk, whether it's with us or another solar company, definitely take a look at it. I've had solar on my house for many years and have loved it.
Do you know if people can go backward or forward in time when it comes to a credit if they don't have enough in 1 year?
The federal tax credit, and I am not a CPA, and I always recommend
I know.
Talk with your CPAs, but the federal tax credit does carry over for several years for you to be able to realize.
I was just curious in general. Yeah, because a lot of people don't pay enough to get the whole 28% or whatever.
That is correct. In our sales reps, we definitely want to make sure that we are giving good advice, but making sure that the customers know that we are not tax professionals. Everyone's tax situation is unique, so we want to make sure that there's not an expectation.
No, I get it.
Realized.
Okay, that's One Solar, and they said they'll take $2,000 off today if you mention me. I'm giving you a free commercial, bud. So you better take care of people. Better take care of people because I want to warn people.
We will, yeah.
I'm not saying. I want to be careful here because you're not technically. I'm not trying to hit you up or anything. You're not on the referral list. I don't know your company. However, Marty has good judgment. What's the number they call?
It is 720-577-4333.
One Solar. Thank you. Appreciate it. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
So far, sticking to my New Year's resolution. Guess what?
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon, 6:30, KHOW. Not ordering a pizza? Now, impact traffic. This report is sponsored by Liberty Mutual Insurance, where you won't be paying for what you need.
Water or anything? Yeah, we're looking at
I've nothing in the bottle.
Okay, sure.
No delay for you. I-70 also in good shape. No problems on your drive through Lakewood on 6th Avenue and 285. Checking clear. C470 looks good. Now the ramp from Boulder Trike to McCaslin still closed due to cleanup and damage from the wildfire, the Marshall Fire. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Breezy today and mild. Tonight's low is going to drop to 22. And then for tomorrow,
is there a clip about an old lady with a solar-powered crock pot?
1 to 5 inches expected. Currently it's 50. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin, 630 K-Howard.
Nobody should have to pay for one-size-fits-all insurance coverage. Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance, so you only pay what you need.
All right, so it's Liberty. Thank you.
Let me know if you need anything else.
Rocky Mountain IV Medics. I called them just a few days ago to come to the house. I just wanted my NAD and also a Myers cocktail with something for little aches and pains. I'll tell you what, they have any kind of concoction you need, whether it be for a hangover, whether it be for maybe, a migraine, or you have the flu. You could have COVID or Omicron. It can help you get over the hump. RockyMountainIVMedics.com, medical professionals to your home. You don't pay a dime more than going to an IV bar. So get them in your home. Here, you can call or text for same day, same hour appointments even. 720-987-2155, 720-987-2155. Hey, do you know when you have an insurance claim, public adjusters are what we believe in. One of those public adjusters, Paragon Services. We love Matt. We love his entire company. Paragon Services. This is a known, trusted ally of the show. We use him as an expert. So if you have an insurance claim and you don't think you're being treated fairly, he can step in and represent you. That's Paragon Services. He's on the referral list at referrallist.com. Paragon Services. I'll give you his number in a minute here. Paragon Services. All right, so there it is. I'm sorry, 719. Now, it's a Springs number. What I want to tell you, though, is he does work out of Denver and the whole Front Range. 719-726-0020. All right, let's keep going here and talk about what's important to you.
You probably wouldn't leave thousands of dollars on the table at a diner.
Why leave thousands on the table with your tax return? Jackson Hewitt will help make sure you don't. This year, there are thousands of dollars worth of new tax credits.
How much time, driver?
Your Jackson Hewitt tax prep can track down every last one, so you get your biggest refund guaranteed. Don't leave thousands on the table this year. Discover thousands of dollars in tax credits instead. Learn more at jacksonhewitt.com.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. It sure feels good to step into a warm car after letting it heat up for a few minutes. However, this practice wastes gas, increases emissions, and pollutes the air. Limit idling your car to no more than 3 minutes to save money at the gas station and improve air quality.
Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
I went out to the Art of Granite and I met Mitch. I love this story. Came to America with $300 in his pocket. He starts working in granite and then decides to have his own place. Art of Granite fabric.
Is that true, Mr. Porterhouse?
Get the latest quartz countertops. He is fabricating them daily with beautiful colors. And remember, the bathroom is always free when you have the kitchen done. And
is it called Zuma Zoom?
Get a price on the phone. 303-386-5919. TheArtOfGranite.com. Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions, not available in all areas. Small businesses are the backbone of America. Yet when it comes to workers' comp insurance, you rarely get the savings you deserve. That's because insurance companies tend to lump you in with other businesses, and you could get overcharged. At Pi Insurance, we're on a mission to change that. With Pi, you get a quote specific to your business, and you could save up to 30% with no hassle and no hidden fees. If
All these assholes are doing their new shows from home. I'm talking about such a fucking crazy show. All these people doing their shows from home. I don't mean from here. I mean Kelly and
you work hard to build your business and keep
it's just all these national shows trying to merge with
workers' comp.
I'm so
See
fucking
how
tired
much
of
you
it.
could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi.
I mean,
or
really.
quote today at trypi.com.
They're not going to slow it down.
PIE.com.
Not going to slow it down.
And no wonder. It's the new way to sell. For example, Orchard makes you a cash offer for your home. And when your home sells for more, you keep the difference. No longer do you have to choose between an easy home sale or the best price for your home. Let me tell you about Rudy, a recent Orchard customer. Rudy's home sold on the market.
IHU says there's a new COVID variant
His cash offer.
with 46 mutations detected in France amid the Omicron scare.
Cash at closing. Rudy's story isn't unique.
Another one?
99 out of 100
That's
Orchard
what
customers
Porterhouse is saying. IHU, is that a news service?
It's easy. You go online
Yeah.
and enter your address at orchard.com. Takes just a couple minutes and lets you skip home listing hassles. If you're thinking about selling or just curious what Orchard would
The
be,
DA dropped the kissing charges against Cuomo.
at orchard.com.
I know.
That's orchard.com.
Hey, look, another pipe leak.
I thought Mr. Fix-A-Leak fixed that.
I thought you did too. And now there's a slab leak.
A slab leak?
It's time to call Repipe Specialists. Repipe Specialists can repipe our whole house and guarantee no leaks for life.
Got leaks? Repipe Specialists can repipe your whole house and guarantee no leaks for life. Call 303-228-2910 for a free in-home estimate and pay nothing down and no payments or interest for a year. That's 303-228-2910 or visit repipe.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Michael, you have something about lead in water. Go ahead, Michael.
Good morning, Tom. Yeah, I don't want to get too much in the weeds, but I've done a little research on the EPA and blood levels for lead, and it's out there in the public domain what those levels were in the American population in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. And since the EPA was created in 73, and since we banned leaded fuels, we have lowered and lowered and lowered that blood level content of lead. And what is bothering me about it is that the EPA is put the threshold so high, meaning that such a little amount, that it's opening the door for law firms to sue municipalities. And for example, Flint, Michigan just the victims of so-called Flint, Michigan were awarded $626 million. But where does that money come from? I mean, if the law firm gets their cut and the citizens basically tax themselves for the balance or for the 626, where does that money actually come from? And why is it that we're allowing the EPA to lower these?
Hey, I'd like to get hold on. I'd like to get Paul the Waterman on to talk about lead for a second. But, Michael, let me just ask you. This show is packed with information, and we have experts. We ought to take advantage of them. But right now, Michael, are you saying basically that the EPA's limit of lead parts per million, are you saying that it's arbitrary? Wait, are you saying it's arbitrary?
Yes, they've lowered it over the last 50 years. And
are you saying that people had higher levels of lead back in the day?
Much higher. Oh, yeah, you can look it up. It was huge. This is a very common in their blood level, yes. And we've reduced it to minute amounts, but we keep changing that bar so that we can sue ourselves or law firms can create hysteria because lead pipes are everywhere.
Yeah, but don't you think, so you don't think the EPA, listen, I'm not a big believer in any governmental agency, but I also don't automatically believe they're wrong. Just like with the CDC and with EPA and with anything. But I want to know, are you saying that they arbitrarily, it doesn't make sense to me why they would do that. I don't think they're sitting around thinking, hey, let's let people sue. I don't know, Michael. I don't know. I don't think it's a practical standpoint. Yeah, they might be lower. Maybe they've learned more about how damaging lead can be, and that's why they lowered the limits. But we'll talk about that coming up. Ozzy, what's going on with you and your apartment complex? What's happening?
Hey, brother.
Hey, man.
Okay,
what's happening?
So check this out. I'm calling on behalf of my brothers. So they got this apartment. It was their first apartment ever.
Yeah.
And the apartment itself is not the greatest, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
But
yeah.
It's one of those apartments where like people with bad credit or that they don't have anywhere to go.
Got it.
Go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when they moved out, the apartment complex came after them for a bunch of things like replacing the carpet and paint and resurfacing the countertops and stuff like that.
Wow, how long was he there?
He was there for a year.
Wow.
And basically what I'm thinking is that, you know how during the pandemic people didn't pay rent? And I'm thinking that they might have had quite a few people that didn't do it, and now they're trying to figure out, basically, dip into other people's like.
No, I know what you're saying, but no, this has been going on for years and years and years, Ozzy. Not that that helps you. Landlords have always reached way far out there when it comes to deposit money. And it might be so. It might be right. In order for him to challenge that, he'd have to sue them for that amount, saying it was unfair and go to small claims court. Because if we call them, here's what they're going to say. He ruined the countertop, or he did this, or he did that. Did they, like, for example, did they charge him for replacing the carpet?
Yeah, they did. And the
hold on. Itself, how old was the carpet?
It wasn't new, if that makes sense. I told them if it was new.
I know, but is he? Are they prorating it, or are they charging him for the whole thing?
They're charging for a whole replacement.
Well, that's not right. Okay, if that carpet's more than 5 years old, they can't come after him for brand new carpet. They have to. Right. They have to only the part that he did.
Right. Exactly. So basically, my whole purpose of calling is basically to get advice.
All right, here's what I would do. I'm going to give you advice. I would go and find out what kind of carpet it is, how old the other carpet was, and if you can't, you file small claims and you make them tell you that in court. So you find out and you do some legwork. And then what you do is figure the lifespan. You call one of our carpet experts, like simplyfloorsinc.com, you call them up, and you say, listen, this kind of carpet, how long would it normally last? If your brother was there a year and ruined it, but there was only 2 years left on the carpet or 3 years left on the carpet, they have to charge accordingly, okay? So I would recommend that your brother wait till he get the letter officially saying what they're charging him for. Then he dispute it item by item, come up with an amount, and then sue for that amount in small claims court. and it's in the small claims court where that place is located, I would definitely do that. Now, Rock, he is the owner of American Restoration, AmRest247.com, and I wanted him on about fires. Rock.
Yes.
I want to know something. Are there things people need to know in this Marshall fire that you don't think they know?
Well, yes. Depending on the age of the house.
Okay.
Depending on, they do need to do an asbestos test.
And at what point, I want to know at what point do you demand a new house? So hold on, and we'll talk about that. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Don't forget, Frank Duran, the real estate man, he does free market valuations of your home for the asking. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, a full detailed analysis of your home. And that's at 303-920-1622. Free. Free, and I mean free. 303-920-1622. I'll do Frank again. That's fine.
Also in good shape. Lakewood on 6th Avenue and 285 checking clear. C470 looks good. Now the ramps from Boulder Turnpike to McCaslin still closed due to cleanup and damage from the wildfire, the Marshall fire. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, breezy today and mild. Tonight's low is going to drop to 22. And then for tomorrow, scattered afternoon snow showers with a high of 40. 1 to 5 inches expected. Currently it's 50. Future impact traffic and weather. I'm Chris McLaughlin, 630 KHOW.
Think It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered, teacher-led learning projects. Students and teachers, how can you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today? Join at thinkitup.org.
Well, I have a healthy diet, I exercise, and I keep myself healthy. Everyone in my family lived pretty long, so I thought, I'm cool, right? I had a core scan done of my carotid artery, and they showed some soft plaque that I was surprised to find. They say don't worry about it. 80% of the people have it, and it's often due to some weird factors, just the way your blood processes stuff. Here's the good part. For $150, you can find it out. And here's the other good part. I've stopped it and reversed it. CoreScans.com, just $150 for a quick scan, painless, non-invasive. CoreScans.com. That's without an E, core, C-O-R, scans.com, 720-740-2663. Save your life. Now, I was talking about Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, giving you free market valuations of your home. Let me explain something. It's not a drive-by. He takes pictures and measurements and a detailed report with comparables. He wants you to know what your home is worth. So if you decide to sell, you'll have an accurate pricing structure. Or you decide to stay. Why would he do it free? To increase his knowledge of the market and be of public service. That's just how he rolls. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
Greenberry.
And it also clears my sinuses, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Opens up your head and lets all that stuff just run out.
I love it, man. I love it. It also makes me feel good.
Grainberry cereal with amazing onyx sorghum is a delicious way to keep your family's health goals on track. With more antioxidants than any fruit, vegetable, or cereal.
I'm Peter Harris for Grainberry cereals. Grainberry with amazing onyx sorghum starts with lower sugar than other cereals. Then we use only whole grains to help slow sugar absorption, making it great for managing diabetes and prediabetes. Whatever your health goals are, find it in a bowl of Grainberry cereal. Pick up a box today.
Grainberry, healthy cereal for your family.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. We are loving how thousands of people have found out just how safe and convenient it is to work out in your own home. There's never been a better time to buy. We have everything in the store on sale at pre-inflation pricing. You can save huge, up to 50% off, only while supplies last.
Take advantage of up to 36 months, 0% financing.
Hi, it's Carl Mecklenburg, former Denver Broncos All-Pro linebacker, defensive captain. This is the place to come if you need a home gym. You'll use it every day. I use it, my wife uses it, our son uses it.
How you guys doing? Rob Smith, 2-time Super Bowl champion, 3-time Pro Bowler, Ring of Famer with the Denver Broncos. You got dumbbells, you got fitness equipment, you got treadmills, you got bikes, you got it in stock right now. My original fitness equipment came from a big box store. Filled the space, looked great, but it just wasn't functional. You know what happened? Didn't get used. We have the best warranties. It's commercial-grade equipment made for your home. Visit one of our 6 convenient locations today or fitnessgallery.com.
Are you tired of living with chronic pain, knee pain, joint pain? Listen carefully, because now there are new treatments available here in Denver. I'm not talking about surgery or steroids. These are regenerative treatments from the medical professionals at QC Kinetics. Michael Brown here. QC Kinetics is the leader in these exciting biological therapies that help you restore and repair damaged tissue in your joints with lasting results. If you've got pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, back, joint pain that won't go away, you need to check out these new treatments with astonishing patient satisfaction reports. They can actually help your body restore and repair itself. There's no downtime, no drugs, no surgery. Don't go through another year with that awful.
You know what?
And don't let them
It's timed better when I take the breaks on time. It doesn't sound cluttered with spots.
The way we think about dealing with joint pain. Call QC Kinetics now.
Doesn't it seem like almost an insufferably long time with a call? So in 7 minutes, come on, it's
8986. 303-900-8986.
With just one spray of
I'm done with Ozzy.
Your hard surfaces are sanitized for up to 2
I told him what to do. Line 2.
Touch after touch.
So 6 hours from now?
Still sanitized.
12 hours?
Yep.
18 hours.
We're really doing this.
24 hours.
When used as directed, one spray of Microban keeps killing 99.9% of bacteria, touch after touch for, up to 24 hours.
Wow.
Microban 24. The sanitizer 4 out of 5 doctors would use in their own homes. So why aren't you?
Jackson Hewitt needs you to know 3 things about filing taxes this year. 1, there are thousands of dollars worth of new tax credits on the table. 2, you have to file for them to make sure you get the right amount. 3, a Jackson Hewitt tax pro will help track down every credit you deserve. Tax credits.
Anybody think I'm crazy sniffing my tissue? They don't know.
Much more. You don't want to miss out on thousands. Jackson Hewitt.
You know, aromatherapy, I'm a big believer in it.
Your biggest refund guaranteed. Learn more at jacksonhewitt.com.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Don't forget waterpros.net, a wonderful place to get water. Waterpros.net. Water systems complete in your home, your whole house for under $2,000. A water sink, a drinking fountain under $1,000. Waterpros.net. Now, let's talk about Home Shield warranty. I don't care what warranty it is, the way they're written, they're lousy. Would never own one. Just would never own one because they're not written the right way. I've given this speech a million times. I don't mean to make it sound like, oh, ho, hum. It's very important. With a home warranty, you pay a premium based on how many appliances or things you have. That's what you do. But you don't find out what's actually covered until it goes wrong. Then when it goes wrong, they decide if they're going to cover it. It's like paying for a meal up front, and then the chef decides what courses you get to eat. Now, here's what the home warranty companies say, including Home Shield. That was a pre-existing condition, or it was owner abuse. Okay, or normal wear and tear. Now think about that. Normal wear and tear, owner abuse, or a previous condition. So the only thing it's warranting are manufacturer's defects, which are really, it's ridiculous because most of the stuff in your house, you're long past manufacturer's defects. So they could choose not to cover anything they want under those circumstances. Just anything they don't want to cover, they could choose not to cover. And then you have to fight them for it. My contention has always been they don't do fairly. They don't do business fairly. You're paying based on how much you have, but you don't get to know if it's covered. In fact, it's a possibility you could have 10 different appliances, pay a certain premium, and after 5 years have zero coverage. So what I'd like to do is have these companies inspect your home and insure it with no exemptions. Unless they out and out destroy their own thing. But none of this pre-existing crap. It's too easy to get out of claims. Anyway, John, I don't even know what you're calling about. What are you calling about with Home Shield?
I'm having trouble getting them to get a technician out here to even check a gas furnace I've got. And I started this in October 26th with them. And I haven't seen a technician here yet.
Okay, and that's going to be employment problems. Man, because, everyone is having problems getting people, but at least they haven't turned you down yet. They have to have somebody come out first, right? So,
Home Shield?
Go ahead.
I mean, they haven't been here to do anything. And, what the problem is, though, I've called them 6 times, maybe at least. And you get an operator, and this operator says the same thing every time you get them. And they don't keep any kind of a record that you called, so you have to tell each operator the same story every time.
Now, John, how long have you had this warranty?
This is me and my wife's. We've had it 15 plus, maybe 20 years.
Have you used it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, throughout the years, we've had no problems at all.
How much you pay for it?
I'm not sure what my wife's paying. She's handling that now.
I'm telling you, John, that it's not going to get any better. We can call them for you, and we don't mind having one of our deputies call and say, hey, you got a customer here. Go take care of them. They're going to say we have a shortage. But, Suze, let's have a deputy call over there to Home Shield and say, look, we have a person on our show complaining, and we need you to help. I don't mind doing that, John. But as I said, we have entered into an era of go screw yourself. The business is always right. Consumers are a pain in the ass. Now, I'm not saying I agree with this. This is what we've entered into. Now, in some cases, maybe consumers are a pain in the ass. Maybe they are. But who's wrong? Is it the business or is it the consumer? Why are we having this paradigm shift? And we are. You almost have to treat people with kid gloves, or they will tell you to leave. They will tell you, I don't, or they just won't serve you, or they won't take care of you. We have a lot of people in a lot of stores that don't like customers anymore. They don't. And you know damn well what I'm talking about. Hey, Deputy Dollar, what kind of follow-up do you have? Deputy Dollar, what did you take care of?
Oh, so this was, this was another case before the holidays. And we had...
was it Blue Sky Roofing? Was it Blue Sky Roofing?
No, this is Blue Sky Electric.
Okay. Sorry about that. Let's see. Okay. Go ahead. Tell us what happened.
So she had bought this big screen TV and had Scott, who's the owner of Blue Sky, come out, and she needed an HDMI cable run to the TV, about 50 foot.
Yeah.
And the electrician dropped the TV and broke it.
Oh, that's right. And we thought, just fix the dang thing.
Yeah.
Well, what did they do?
Before he left? Well, long story short, I got a hold of Scott and explained the situation. The homeowner was very reasonable. I mean, she was firm. It was a $3,000 TV, but we ended up settling for $2,000, and Scott sent her a check, and she is happy.
Wow. Did you say 2,000?
2,000, yes.
You can get a lot of TV for that nowadays. Good work, Deputy Dollar. So we got that one marked off, and we'll add to our total, which starts new now. We start at 0 to recover millions for consumers. So stick around on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-8255, all coming up.
Goodland, Kansas, 1976 is where it all began for Hayden Outdoor Real Estate.
Over 200 brokers and agents from coast to coast. We're still going strong. If you want to sell your farm, ranch, hunting property, needing a land valuation, or in the position to purchase your next property, give our team a call at 866-741-8323. That's 866-741-8323. Or visit HaydenOutdoors.com. Hayden Outdoors is the brand that sells the land.
All right, check it out, 888heating.com. If you donate a jacket or coat in good condition or a new one, they're going to come out and do a full tune-up on your furnace 100% for free. It's only for the month of November. You need to take advantage of this now and get it booked. You donate a coat, you get a free furnace tune-up. 888heating.com is the website, or call them at 888-HEATING.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Available everywhere on our free iHeart Radio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one.
ABC News, I'm Will Reed. Drivers stranded along the icy and snowy stretch of I-95 south of Stafford, Virginia overnight, some for up to 15 hours or more. A string of cars and semi-trucks backed up for miles due to accidents and a major storm. Kim Gibson was among the stranded.
The roads are covered in ice, not even snow. They did not plow, so it's just one big sheet of ice.
COVID cases continue to soar in the United States, with businesses and schools ramping up testing and putting the pause on being in person and going remote. The CDC has now shortened the time for the extra doses for Pfizer from 6 months to 5. Tomorrow, a CDC panel will review the FDA recommendation to authorize booster shots for 12 to 15-year-olds. The district attorney in Albany announcing he is dropping the forcible touching charge against New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, saying despite finding the accuser credible, prosecutors can't meet the burden of proof. This is ABC News. Americans across the country have started the new year snowed in, with some parts of the country getting up to 18 inches. Medical experts say a side effect of the snow can also pose a threat to your health.
Of all the wintertime chores, shoveling snow from the driveway or sidewalk may be the least pleasant. Medical professionals increasingly say it can be one of the most dangerous. Cold weather raises blood pressure and constricts coronary arteries. Couple that with the exertion of shoveling, and you have the ingredients for a heart attack. Depending upon the overall health of the patient, some cardiologists recommend that anyone over 45 leave the shoveling to someone else. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
It's being called the end of an era. As of today, BlackBerry devices running on the company's legacy operating systems and software will no longer work. Android-powered devices with the BlackBerry name are not affected. At its peak, BlackBerry had more than 80 million active users. Bill Reeve, ABC News.
It's amazing to me
Oh, and a targeted direct mail campaign.
how they drop the ball.
At Staples. I need my
BlackBerry.
presentation printed, bound, and perfect.
Also possible. Your local Staples store
We
can help
started
your
getting
business
outfits
navigate
a
the
long
future
time
of
ago.
work with custom printed sales and marketing materials. Now get 25% off custom printed labels,
think the
postcards,
Windows
flyers,
phones
brochures, and more when you spend $60 or more. Explore what's new at
in the league
Staples,
with
the
the
working and learning store.
security,
Phase
so to
129
speak,
in store only. See staples.com
private
/break
mail
for
and
details.
secure access to
Mutual
stuff.
Insurance Company presents.
Don't you just love the smell of old books? This is the library. Sorry, ma'am. We're looking for a book titled Liberty Mutual Customizes Your Car Insurance so you only pay for what you need. I don't think we carry that, but check nonfiction. It really does devour literature. Please leave. Only pay for what you need. Liberty, 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 liberty.
KHOW News Time, 11:03. The investigation into what sparked the Marshall Fire remains ongoing. 2 people are still reported missing. The blaze has burned over 600 acres and destroyed nearly 1,000 structures across Superior, Louisville, and unincorporated Boulder County. FEMA's Nancy Dragani says FEMA's all in with state and local partners.
I think the biggest difference with an event like this is the level of insurance that we're going to
Go ahead, at least 3 minutes.
because insurance is going to provide people with absolutely the most resources to be able to recover from this kind of event.
Residents can call 1-800-621-3362 for financial assistance or go to disasterassistance.gov. People affected by the fire will get a bit of a break from the IRS. It's moving this year's tax filing deadline
July to May 16th for affected taxpayers. This also applies to business returns, which are typically due in March. Broncos kicker Brandon McManus and punter Sam Martin have tested positive for COVID for now. The Broncos aren't planning on bringing kickers and punters in for tryouts. Under new COVID rules, they still could be eligible to play Saturday. That's the latest. I'm Chuck Clark.
Now, impact traffic. This report is sponsored by Woodley's Fine Furniture.
In the Boulder area, the ramps to McCaslin remain closed coming off the Boulder Turnpike due to cleanup of the Marshall fire. In addition, Highway 170 Marshall Road remains closed between Highway 93 and McCaslin. Now, the Boulder Turnpike Drive is looking good between Boulder and Denver. No problems on our major Denver metro freeways. So things are good, accident-free. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, breezy and mild today. Tonight's low drops to 22. For tomorrow, expect scattered afternoon snow showers with a high of 40. 1 to 5.
I don't know. Somebody spray some clean. Oh, it's his eucalyptus stuff.
Yes.
Mark's such a pain in the ass. Miles gets lost looking for the Franklin building. So Mark's texting, maybe I'll just Uber home. Since Miles is lost, just sit there a fucking minute and let your son pick you up.
I've been there before, though. See,
I know.
I know. I've been in the hospital and woke up, and I had a tumor removed.
Yeah, I remember.
And I went home, and I was acting like I hadn't just got out the hospital. I was drunk as fuck.
Yep.
Okay. And I'm talking to one of my clients at the time, and she says, "Why are you slurring your words?" And I thought about it and said, "Oh, I just got home from the hospital.
I just had major surgery this morning."
And she said, "What? Get off the phone."
Miles got lost, so Mark's texting, I'll just Uber home. I'm like, just sit your ass tight.
So he's done. How's he feel?
I haven't talked to him. Miles says he's okay, and then Miles is like, looks like I'm going to be babysitting on my day off. I said, probably. And then Shannon emailed him saying, hey, when you're done with your reassignment surgery, can you update one of your spots?
Yeah, well, we'll find out right away. It sounds clear in his first spot.
Guys, I'm out for a couple of weeks of R&R. Merry Christmas to every one of you. Special programming next week, and then John Caldera and Ryan will split duties. I'll be back on the 10th, 630K out.
I don't know why people fucking advertise they're not going to be here. It does no good whatsoever. Because people listen, they listen for you, or they don't listen. So by telling you that, you're only getting the few that don't listen to listen, as opposed to the ones that regularly listen that won't. It's so stupid. I mean, why people advertise that? I have no idea. It's a sure mark of an amateur. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. We've been talking about a lot today. Important stuff, like the Marshall fire and what to do about coverage. Well, it's too late if you didn't do it before this, but you, listening right now, Compass Insurance Group recommends that you check your dwelling amount. Some replacement coverage is limited to replacement value. Isn't that right, Brian, at Compass Insurance?
Yep, it's limited to the dwelling amount or possibly a small amount in addition to that. But yeah, it's important to realize what you're covered for.
Now, most riders have a 20% override. You're saying in today's market it should be 40 or 50 or unlimited.
Well, yeah, with the cost of reconstruction, it's almost impossible to keep your dwelling amount up to date unless you are on it all the time. And so that extended replacement cost is your buffer to kind of help you out in the case that the cost of reconstruction is much higher than what your dwelling amount is.
Thank you. And we have to plant that seed. If you have any questions about your coverage, you can call Compass at any time, 303-996-9000. We're also talking to Rock. Rock runs American Restoration. What does American Restoration do? Well, if you have a fire, a flood, or anything like that, they help you. Fire, flood, what other things? Mold, asbestos, meth labs, unattended death, crime. Oh, it can get pretty disgusting. Of course, it's no one's fault when this happens. So let's talk about it and find out what about the fires, Rock? What are you getting calls yet? And really, if it's a total loss, I would think they don't need a restoration company. Am I right? Of course, right?
Correct. Now, we can't help with the removal. We can, just clear the site. We can do a site clearance. We've been doing this type of thing
and filter out their personal stuff. Maybe clean up their maybe some people have some personal items they can find. Have you ever had somebody say, "Please, I know it couldn't have burned too bad. Could you find my ring or my necklace or my vase or whatever?"
Yes, we can do contents cleaning. Which would be undercovered by your insurance. We can do contents cleaning. We did get a strange call about some sensitive documents, some age documents that were papers and books and
were they in a fire safe, I hope?
Yes. No, they weren't, and they were asking if we did that type of restoration. We don't do that type of. There's specialized people, one or two people in the country who really specialize in that. But pretty much everything else we can help you with as far as your contents cleaning, contents inventory, and then if your home wasn't completely destroyed, if there's parts that are savable. We can, do an assessment on those, help you build that part back, help you restore that part.
Now, have you ever gone to a fire where the fire safes really do work?
Yes. Sometimes they do work, and sometimes they don't. There are certain types of conditions where they quote unquote fail, and they're not. Nothing is perfect. Nothing is impenetrable. But yes, I've seen situations where the safes do work, gun safes, various safes of certain types. But some people have had to put out some serious money for some safes that actually do work. But
okay.
Right now in the cleanup stage, if there's anything that is savable, we can help you save that, or to restore, or to clean up, or even to clear the site, depending on what the city and the state are requiring. We can help you out with all that, making sure that you're in compliance. Especially Boulder County, they have some very stringent rules on things.
All right,
we can help you deal with Boulder County and
all right.
the state.
Good, excellent. Now, I want to give them your number so they can call you with that, and anyone can call the show as well. But his number, American Restoration, 8337 AM. That's AM, stands for American Restoration. AMREST, R-E-S-T. So American Restoration, AMREST, 8337 AMREST. Speaking of home insurance, Kathy's got a question about a leak. Kathy, welcome. I'm going to bring up Brian Burns with us from Compass Insurance to listen. And what's going on, Kathy?
Hey, Tom. Thanks for taking my call. I had a slow, pinhole leak in a copper pipe that probably was there for years. By the time we discovered it, it had kind of destroyed the walls and the floor in three of my rooms. That was in July.
Who said, Kathy, that it was probably there for years?
That's just my impression because it did so much damage. And it was literally just one little leak.
All right. Let me ask you something. How did you discover all the damage? Was it apparent? Did all of a sudden it explode, the walls fall, or what?
No, all of a sudden I kept walking into the laundry room, and there was water on the floor. I assumed my washer was leaking or the pipes were leaking, but when I've had people come out to look at it, they discovered that the entire wall and then
okay, so what did they do? Did they pull the drywall and look behind it?
Yep, they pulled everything.
And what did they see?
They looked, they saw there was some mold, so they did some mitigation there, and it was just who
did the mitigation?
Rely on Restoration. They were wonderful.
Okay.
And so anyway, so that's all done, and it has been done since August. Now, what my issue is with my homeowner's insurance company. They send an adjuster out. They insist that I should be able to fix it for $5,000. I have a contractor who has a bid of about $11,000.
Well, you know what I'm going to tell you, right? You know what I'm going to. Who's your carrier?
Oh, it's called Stillwater Property and Casualty.
Brian Burns. Have you ever heard of Stillwater?
I have. Yep, I've heard of Stillwater.
Now, they say 5,000. Your contractors are saying how much?
He's saying 11, and then the loss mitigation was 4.
Okay, listen.
So
listen, what you do. You call a public adjuster.
Public adjuster.
That's right. Now, can you put Paragon's number back up there, Suze? We have 2 of them on the referral list. We love them. Okay?
Great.
Now, here's what they do. If they can't help you, if they don't get back to you, if they don't answer your questions, don't use them. Claims Pro is one of them. Okay. Ask for Peter. Claims Pro. It's 833-252-4600.
Okay.
The other one is Matt over at Paragon.
Paragon. Okay.
719-726-0020. Now, let me explain this to you. They take a look at your claim. 90% of the time, they can get you way more money because insurance companies suck. Unfortunately, insurance companies at their meetings will line item losses and then figure 80% or 70%. They don't figure what they're, because they know they can cheat people. I hate to tell you that, but it's just the truth.
Yeah, evidently.
So really, I want you to call them and find out, unless you have any tips, Brian. Do you have any tips? Brian, they hate the words bad faith. Bad faith in Colorado, if they turn down a legitimate claim or don't pay a full legitimate claim, they can be socked for bad faith, which is treble damages. That's why they hate public adjusters. Brian, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Yeah, I was going to say, for me, I really do think the agent should be involved here. If there's a problem here, it should be an easy fix.
Do you have an agent, Kathy?
If it's costing $11,000.
An insurance agent? No.
See, by the way, after this, you should switch or at least look into Compass. But right now, contact a public adjuster.
This tax filing season could be one for the record books. There are thousands of dollars worth of new tax credits on the table, and Jackson Hewitt will help make sure you get every one you deserve. Tax credits for being a parent, taking care of a parent, taking classes, and so much more. Don't leave thousands on the table. Jackson Hewitt will make sure you get credit for all you do and get your biggest refund guaranteed. Learn more and find your nearest location at jacksonhewitt.com.
Genesis, by the way, can take care of your insurance losses from this wind damage. Now, if you didn't have a total loss and you need to fix stuff up, Genesis can take a look at everything from roofing, gutters, siding, windows, your fences, your barns, your outbuildings, everything. And they can put it on one thing, one invoice. So they will take care of all of your losses. That's Genesis Total Exteriors. And, of course, if you're looking for remodeling, they do that too, of course, Genesis. And it's a company that you can trust, GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509. Hey, were you stupid over the holidays? Did you drink and drive? Were you caught? Well, I hope you were, actually. Yes, I do. Now, some of you, maybe you weren't drinking and driving. Maybe, you simply were falsely accused. That doesn't happen much, but it happens. Other times, people try to calculate, and they might not be stone cold dangerous, but they shouldn't be driving. Whatever the case, Joe Lazzara can help you. He's a criminal defense attorney, and he'll help you get through the system. That's what you need. Or defend you if you're falsely accused. Joe Lazzara. Give him a call, 303-429-6200. Free initial consultations, 303-429-6200.
Donnie here with...
I assume I have 3 or 4 minutes. I don't know why I'm pissing so much. Oh, I know. Because I'm drinking like a fiend.
Pre-inflation prices, you can save huge, up to 50% off. Only while supplies last. Take advantage of up to 36 months, 0% financing. Hi, it's Carl. this is the place to come if you need a home gym. They'll use it every day. I use it. My wife uses it. Our son uses it.
So they took the hook out of Cuomo.
Two-time Super Bowl champion, three-time Pro Bowler. Bring your family with the Denver Broncos. You got dumbbells, you got fitness equipment, you got treadmills, you got bikes. You got it in stock right now. My original fitness equipment came from a big box store. Filled the space, looked great, but it just wasn't functional. So you know what happened? Didn't get used.
We have the best warranties with commercial-grade equipment made for your home. Visit one of our 6 convenient locations today or fitnessgallery.com. Michael Brown here with Podiatry Associates. Do you have foot and ankle pain or a broken foot or toe? Maybe fungal toenails or ingrown toenails? Or you've been told you need orthotics or bunion surgery? Podiatry Associates is here for you. With locations at Rose Medical, Cherry Creek, Aurora, Parker, and Castle Pines, there's a location near you. So don't suffer any longer and don't jump into surgery. Call Podiatry Associates, 303-805-5156 or online, footdoctorscolorado.com.
At King Supers, fresh groceries are our thing, so we check your delivery order for freshness at every step from farm to store and pick and pack every veggie in your free pickup order with care, because we treat your food the way we want ours to be treated. We're fresh every day, so shop anyway. King Supers, fresh for everyone. Free pickup on orders of $35 or more. Restrictions may apply.
Earn a $25 e-gift card when you spend $100 on participating diapers, laundry supplies, and more with your digital coupon. King Supers, fresh for everyone. Restrictions may apply.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
Feeding them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
And dancing in its refund rain.
This whole studio smells like it. Yeah, I'm sorry. Did you hate it? No. Like I said, we run it in our humidifiers. Yeah, we run tea tree oil and eucalyptus.
Does tea tree smell good?
It's an aromatic smell, but it doesn't smell like eucalyptus. But it is quite aromatic.
100 clinical studies. Be sure, be accurate with Exergen. Learn more at exergen.com. This is Michael Lewis from Maximum Auto Search. Are you looking for extra cash? Well, you can answer your car with us today and skip car payments for up to 90 days.
That's what fixes mostly.
Up to 90 days at MaximumAutoSearch.com.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
This report is sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation.
Mostly sunny with temperatures stay in the upper 40s, but it is going to be windy with high wind warnings in effect for the front range. Some gusts getting up towards 65 miles per hour. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Bird.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
630 KL, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hey, this is really important. Do you know there's been more cybercrime last year than ever before? And it's growing each and every year. I'm going to tell you something that for a few bucks a month, you can save your ass, okay? Because what it does is it protects you and your computer from any kind of malware or virus, anything at all, or ransomware. It cannot work if you have SaferNet installed and use it. It's a private portal, and it speeds up your traffic, not slows it down, because it wards off attacks, so it speeds you up. It runs in the background. SaferNet.com. You can download it right there. It's only a few bucks per item, whether it be a laptop, a tablet, a phone. It's a few bucks each. That's SaferNet.com. It would have saved the pipeline people that millions of dollars in ransom they paid. And I'm not kidding. SaferNet.com. What's on your mind today? Let's talk. And Paul is with Water Pros. We were talking about lead and getting the lead out and talking about my new fountain I just got. My wife is so thrilled with it. And we love their friendly service, fast. I think it took 20 minutes. They were done. It's incredible. Anyway, they have we got a brushed nickel. They have all kinds of brushed or shiny stuff. Paul, we wanted to ask a specific question. Some guy called in, and he says, you know, Tom, you talk about getting lead out. And by the way, your water system is not just for getting lead out, okay? It really isn't. It also is for basically doing any kind of purification you want. I mean, it does get lead out, but it gets everything else out, like dissolved solids and minerals and all of that. But in any case, let's confine ourselves to the lead, because I know you're somewhat of a water expert. You do a lot of testing. He said, you know, Tom, it's not fair. The EPA lowered the lead allowed each year, and it's unreasonable. What do you think as far as parts per million, Paul?
Well, that's a great question. And, the EPA has guidelines, I think, that are set to make it easier on the municipal water supply. Because, you have old infrastructure. Look at the state of Michigan, for goodness gracious sakes. I mean, that whole state has lead contamination because of old infrastructure. So anytime you have lead in the drinking water, it's a good idea, to mitigate it, remove it. Acceptable ranges, with the EPA, again, I don't think always have, the individual's best interest at hand.
So you're saying just the opposite of what this guy said. This guy said, he called in and said, they arbitrarily are lowering the limit, making it more difficult to comply. When really, in the early days, we all had lead in our water, and it didn't hurt anybody.
Correct. In the grand scale of things, there's so many different contaminants in our water right now. PFOs, PFAs are really in our water, especially in Colorado Springs, and it comes from water-resistant chemicals like, Rain-X that we used to put on our windshield. So in the summertime when we did get rain, right, the water just ran off the windshield door. Right, yeah. So, and they're also in fire-retardant chemicals. So that firefighting foam. So a lot of that is coming up at high concentrated levels. So, those are issues, and pharmaceuticals are issues.
Yeah, you told us one time that cleaning the water for drinking doesn't mean filtering that stuff out like a lot of people think. Sometimes, with some things, it's just they dilute it.
That's it. So I think my personal opinion, it's up to each individual. It's our responsibility. If you were on well water, right, the EPA clearly states in the website that if you're in well water, it's your own responsibility to ensure the quality of your drinking water. So I think we should have that same attitude for those that also have municipal water supply.
Do you know what the lead part per million are allowed right now?
No, I don't. I don't. I know that, I wouldn't be surprised with it fluctuating, but, lead's a dissolved solid. Right? So it's something that you don't see. So in order to remove lead for the whole house, you have to have, close to a sub-micron whole house carbon filter, which, has a potential of starving the water flow, to your home. So like your point of view drinking water system, the reverse osmosis, that's nanofiltration. That absolutely will get the lead out of the water for the drinking water. But, there are whole house filters that will remove lead.
Yeah, but you don't need it. You don't need it because if you're just worried about consuming it, then you can get a drinking fountain. So, and they're under $1,000. You just do a great job and free water testing. So I just wanted to bring you up and ask you if you thought the lead content was arbitrary, and you're saying you don't. You think any lead can be bad news.
Yeah, that's my personal opinion, Tom.
Yeah, okay. And, who wants any dissolved solids? In your drinking water at any time, there's dissolved solids, meaning prescription drugs and water-resistant chemicals. In your water, they're just dissolved. They're diluted. So, anyway, Paul the Waterman is waterpros.net, 303-862-5554. And let's keep going and find out what we can do for you. Ray, what's going on with your auto mechanic? Hi, Ray. And by the way, tell people about the show wherever you are. If you're on next door, drop our number, 303-MARTINO, and tell them they can call 24/7 and just leave a message and put your phone number on there. We'll get back to you. That's 303-MARTINO. So, Ray, what's going on with your auto mechanic, man? What's happening?
So, on May 11th, my Subaru threw a timing chain in the engine, and I had a trusted mechanic that's done a lot of work for me before. He checked it out and was basically confirming that that's what happened. And
what year is this? What year is this?
It's 14.
Does
Subaru
it call?
Forester.
Does it call? It's a chain and not a belt.
Right. Yeah, it's a timing chain in the engine.
Okay. And is it an interference engine?
I don't know.
Okay.
Like what do you mean by an interference engine?
Meaning when you break the timing belt, things slam into each other and you ruin the engine.
Right. Yes. So it's a good possibility that happened.
Okay.
And so because it was either going to be a extensive rebuild or an engine replacement, my mechanic that has done work for us for a long, long time decided that he didn't really want to do it. So we had it towed to AutoStar, and they basically they told me that they could do it, and they were in over their head. And they put 3 different engines into it over a 6-month period, and then refunded my money and gave it back to me.
Wow! Hold on. That's a pretty good shop, as crazy as it sounds. At least they gave you 100% of your money back.
Yes, yeah, they gave me 100% of my money back, which was great. I mean, I'm super happy about it.
But how long did it take? How long did it take them to throw in the towel?
Well, it was 3 months, and they thought that they had it done, and so they charged me like $4,500, which is cheap for an engine replacement, for a used engine being put in it. And then it didn't work. I test drove it, and either the turbo
so they refunded your money.
Was wrong.
They refunded your money
for another 3 months.
Yeah. Okay.
Then they took it for another 3 months and decided that they couldn't do it. They put, another 2 engines into it.
I got it, bro. Now, what I want to know is when they decided they couldn't do it and they refunded your money, where's the car?
That's the thing. I sent it now to another place, Subapros, and they got into it and discovered many things wrong with it. Not only did they give me back an engine that wasn't working, like they couldn't give me back my original engine to have it rebuilt.
Right.
They had cored it out and, run the warranty on it, and we're 3 engines past that now. But they apparently had cut apart the wiring harness and spliced it back together wrong, so the wiring harness had to be redone. The water pump was missing. The fuel pump bucket and plunger was missing. The camshaft sprocket was broken or had to be replaced. There's a couple $1,000s worth of things still that
yeah, but bro, let me give you, hold on. Let me give you the lowdown, all right?
Yeah.
When you went into them, nothing on the engine, none of those things were going to be salvageable anyway. You had a loss. They didn't increase that loss. I mean, if they did, they owe you. For example, if they broke a windshield or did something crazy. But if all of those things are confined to the engine they put in there that didn't work, you didn't pay for that engine. And you didn't give them a good engine. You have a piece of crap engine that was burned out, plus you have a new engine or a used engine that's a piece of crap. They gave you your $4,500 back, so they didn't increase your loss. They just delayed it.
Right. Well, hold
on. Are you saying not only do you get a refund, but they should fix the engine that was in there?
No. I don't think that they should do that.
Then what are you complaining? I need to understand your complaint, so maybe I'm misunderstanding it.
No, I think that they caused more damage to it than just the engine.
Okay, that's what I want to know. So the damage is outside of the engine. In other words, the old wiring harness was fine until they cut it.
Right.
I get you now. Okay.
Yeah, and the water pump was missing, and the camshaft sprocket was missing. These are all pieces that they just left off of it when they gave it back to us.
So if you say to them, I don't mind getting it back and getting my money back, but I'm worse off than when I went in, what do they say?
They haven't said anything about it. They've ignored me.
Okay, I believe that you are correct if they caused additional damage.
Right. Well, and that's the thing. The parts that were missing in the fuel pump assembly, the water pump, and then the fact that they cut apart the wiring harness and spliced it back together wrong. So, yeah, I mean, definitely the wiring harness and those other two pieces were not part of the engine.
Okay, then what we'll do is we'll assign this to somebody to call. Hey, Suze, we should have somebody call this place for him. I don't know if she's listening. But in any case, I mean, she's talking right now on the phone. So we will, Suze, we really should have somebody call this mechanic for him, because I'll tell you why. He had a blown out engine. They couldn't fix it, and they gave his money back. So he has a blown out engine in there. He doesn't want a good engine in there. He realizes he got his money back. But they did additional damage that wasn't part of the engine, and he feels they should reimburse him for that, and I agree. Now, here, how many miles on this car?
There was 250,000 on that engine.
Okay, then those accompanying parts were near life's end. So here's another blow you're going to get. They're not going to owe, well, the wiring harness probably, I don't know, all of it was probably aged. So they're not going to pay for brand new stuff.
Right.
They only owe you really very little, of maybe 10 or 20% of what they destroyed. So if your full repair bill would be $500, they only owe you a portion of that. Really, they do, because you got to take depreciation into consideration. So we're going to give you to somebody to have them call to help you out.
This is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino. Now, Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic. This report is brought to you by Positive Coaching Alliance.
Traffic on I-25 moving along without any delay right now between the Northland area and Castle Rock, either direction. Your drive on I-225, 10 minutes with no delay. I-25 up to I-70, no problems on I-70 or 6th Avenue. Boulder Turnpike is looking good. Now the ramps to McCaslin still closed due to wildfire damage and cleanup there. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, breezy today and mild. And then tonight's low, chilly, and low of 22. Scattered afternoon snow showers for tomorrow with a high of 40, 1 to 5 inches of snow expected. Currently it's 50. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin, 6:30 KHOW.
Got issues with youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit, offers more than 1,000 free online resources for youth and high school sports coaches, parents, students, and administrators. Visit PCADevZone.org.
You know, I can show you cases. Case by case, where core scans has saved someone's life. They could have saved mine. They found some soft plaque that was pretty dangerous. It's gone. It's reversed. Amazing with special techniques, but I found it through that $150 scan. Now that price may go up any time, so you better take advantage of it. It's a scan of your carotid artery, and then they give you a full radiology report on it. 720-740-2663. The only low-cost, most effective diagnostic method for predicting heart disease and risk of stroke. Core, without the E, corescans.com. If you're looking for a reverse loan, I've known Joan Sullivan for years and years and years. We love the way she does business. Joan and her team are there to help you. With a reverse loan, you will never be upside down in a loan ever. The most you'll ever pay is your home, and 85% of the time, your home appreciates way beyond the reverse loan. ApprovalReverse.com, 303-771-3528. Live off your equity, 303-771-3528.
What's her name? We both in trouble.
That's my goal for 2022. These aren't just goals, they're Grainberry Bowl goals. Because when you start your day with a bowl of Grainberry cereal with amazing honest sorghum, you're getting all of that and more. Like More plant-based fiber, more antioxidants, more whole grains, and more flavor. What you're not getting is sugar. Grainberry has less sugar than other cereals, making it great for managing diabetes and prediabetes. Grainberry cereal with amazing onyx sorghum is a delicious way to keep your health goals this year on track. So please grab a box today.
Grainberry, Grainberry, healthy cereal for your family.
Hey, look, another pipe leak.
I thought Mr. Fix-A-Leak fixed that.
I thought you did too.
Well, it's just a drop.
It's a trickle.
I can patch a trickle.
Oh, yeah. Can you patch a slab leak, Mr. Fix-A-Leak?
Oh, a slab leak?
You see that water coming up?
Yeah, oh, it's seeping out.
Don't splash it.
So what do you want to do?
Call Repipe Specialist, like our neighbors did.
Okay.
Repipe Specialist can repipe our whole house and guarantee no leaks for life.
For life?
And new pipes can improve our low water pressure. It costs about half the price of a plumber, and they can do it in as little as a day.
Mr. Fix-A-Leak can't do that.
Apparently, you can't fix leaks either.
No.
Tired of leaks or low water pressure? Call Repipe Specialist, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing and guarantee no leaks for life. Call 303-228-2910 for a free and home estimate and pay nothing down with no payments or interest for a year. That's 303-228-2910. Call today, 303-228-2910, or visit repipe.com.
Don't go through another year with that awful joint pain. Now there's an exciting new treatment available right here in Denver using natural biologics, regenerative solutions that can restore and repair damaged tissue in your joints. Hey, it's Michael Brown here. I'm talking about QC Kinetics. Now open here. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in non-surgical regeneration. Highly concentrated natural biologics that can give you lasting relief. Now, if you have pain in your knees, back, shoulder, hips, and you're tired of steroids, pain meds, and talk of major surgery, this is the treatment that you've been hoping for. Call the medical professionals at QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. Learn about how natural biologics can be used to get you moving again, but pain-free. Listen, don't let them keep giving you steroids, and don't let them tell you surgery is your only option. Get a free second opinion at QC Kinetics. Do it now and imagine life in 2022 without pain. Call QC Kinetics now at 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions not available in all areas. Actual price estimates.
Workers' comp can crush a small business. Every year we jump 5, 10, 15, 20%, even though there was never any claims. And that's where I'm struggling as a growing business.
That's Mike Lody, owner of Gutter Plumber, a small business in New Jersey. A while back, Mike found his workers' comp costs rising. Luckily, he discovered Pie Insurance.
From start to finish, it was extremely easy. They quickly came back to me with a plan that was affordable for me.
Are you overpaying for workers' comp? Just go to trypie.com, share a few details about your business, and you could save up to 30% with no hassle or hidden fees. Like Mike, we think you'll be glad you did.
I'm very happy that I moved over to Pie for my workers' comp so that I can grow my company while not breaking the bank.
Find out how much you could save with Pie Insurance. Ask your agent or get a quote at trypie.com. That's trypie.com.
I should have had Done Right do it. Don't be that person that says this after holding the project. Hi folks, Dan Cicchini, owner of Done Right Kitchens and Baths, Windows and Doors. Simply put, we make people happy by being particular, just like you. 800-362-8370.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let's go to the phones. Andrea, what is going on in your life? It sounds like it could be an insurance issue. What's happening?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. What's going on?
So I live in Arvada. They're subsidized housing, so I wouldn't say they're Section 8. But so my water heater had went out about a week ago, which was last Tuesday. The maintenance man had came. I was promised, okay, well, this is a 2011 water heater. I think you have to change them out after so long. But let me try to get a part. I think it just needs a part. So he comes with a part, and I was at work, and he was like, okay, it's working. Well, my son, he had left my home, and my son had told me, Mom, there's the water's coming out really brown and yellow, and there's still no hot water. So I called the leasing office again, left a message. Then he had called back and said, well, I ordered you a new water heater. It will be here Friday. Never came. So here comes Monday, and Still no water heater. So.
All right. So it's been. It hasn't been a week yet.
Yeah, it's been. Well, today's a week exactly. Today's Tuesday.
All right. So when is the estimate that you'll get it?
Well, so my mother had went in there yesterday because she watches the kids, and the leasing lady said, "Well, what do you want me to do?" My mom's like, "I don't know. You're the leasing manager.
Come
what
on.
do you do?"
Did she really say that?
She did. She said, "What do you want me to do?" My mom said, "I don't know. That's your job. You're the leasing manager. What is? It's your job.
Yeah.
What you're gonna do." My grandkids have been sick. My daughter, the water we can't drink out of the faucet. Obviously, it's coming out yellow brown. We can't fill the humidifier with that.
Now wait, is it coming out that color even with cold water?
Yes. Yes, it is.
All of the water, since this guy worked on it, is coming out dirty.
Dirty.
What could he have done? What did he do?
I'm not
because
sure.
If you replace, it doesn't make sense to me. If you replace the water heater, that's not going to help it. If the cold water's coming out like that, a water heater is not going to fix it. Did all of a sudden, and you're the only apartment with this?
Yes.
Are you sure it's on? Are you sure it's cold water too?
Yeah. Well, the cold water comes out like a yellow, like very light brownish yellow, but when you try to put it on hot, it comes out like brown.
All right. I'm just wondering if you're picking up residual from the faucet when you turn hot to cold, because eventually the cold will run clear in a bathtub.
Yeah, it's because I even tried to run all the faucets to see if maybe after he put that part, it has something to the water.
I'm talking about cold water. Have you run cold water until it runs clear? Just cold?
Yes. Yeah, so after a while, it runs a little clear, but I wouldn't say it's clear.
Well, then a water heater, it doesn't matter when you get it. I mean, you do need hot water, but it's not going to clear up your water. Not if you're telling me it's with cold water. So this is something where you're going to have to probably move or make them see if they can't provide a safe environment, then you have a right to break your lease and move. Is it a Section 8, you said?
No, it's not. It's subsidized housing.
Oh, and how does that work? You have to have a certain income to live there?
Yes. So they go by your income basic. Yeah, exactly what you said. You have to have you can't make over a certain amount, and you can't make under.
Okay. And are there any other units available?
Yes, I believe there's a few.
Would they move you?
I haven't asked her that.
I mean, they have to. If they can't fix it, they have to do something because habitability standards dictate it. Or you could leave, but that's maybe they want you to leave and you don't want to leave because you need it. But this is what did she have any estimate when the water problem would be fixed?
She said today. So I had left work yesterday and I had went to the leasing office and I told her, like, what's going on? My kids are sick. I need to disinfect my house. I can't do laundry. I can't.
Right.
They can't drink. I can't cook without water.
So hold on. Did she say today they would take care of it?
Yes, she did say.
All right, hold on. Do me a favor. Tell her you called us and that we have attorneys and we have plumbers and we have people that can help or hurt, depending on how she plays it, or be nice about it. Just say you called us for advice and you had to hold us off because we want to wait to see if it's going to be fixed by tomorrow. Suze, get her to call tomorrow and let us know. I want her to call back for a follow-up.
Now, impact traffic. This report is sponsored by unbound.org.
Taking a look at I-25 here in the metro, things look good for you between Northland and Castle Rock. Out to the east side, no reported problem spots on 225 right now. Some heavy traffic along Iliff making your approach to Parker Road, maybe an accident or trouble spot there. I-70 looks good, no reported issues from Kenya Boulevard all the way out to the Golden area. Hot 31 pinpoint weather, breezy today and mild. Tonight's low will drop to 22, and then for tomorrow, scattered afternoon snow showers with a high reaching 40. 1 to 5 inches expected of snow. Currently, it's 50. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin, 630 Hey How.
Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org.
Simply Floors Inc. That's where you call when you want discounts on flooring, excellent installers, great financial terms, and owners who support you. Yes, they will support you because Buddy and Karen Mitchell are floor covering experts. So no matter what you want to get, you can get them through them with better pricing than even the big boxes, better installers, and a better experience. Make your own appointment. Simply Floors Inc. That's INC. simplyfloorsinc.com. I can tell you a similar experience when it comes to granite countertops or marble or quartz or any countertop. Just think of counters and theartofgranite.com. Mitch Floria does business like no other. He'll give you a price on the phone. That's right. Tell him what you want and how much you got to cover, and he'll give you a price because they only charge for fabrication and installation. They don't mark up any of the stone or solid surface, and they don't charge for tear out and haul away, and they don't charge for the bathroom when you do the kitchen. That's theartofgranite.com, 303-386-5919.
Ring in the new year with NeoU, the
Changing fitness app with real-time coaching, daily live workouts with friends, and thousands of on-demand classes like strength, boot camp,
Who says whiskey in the middle of the day is bad?
lifetime discount and pages $3.99 per month.
I want to know who says that.
January 31st. That's a lifetime 50% discount on your NeoU subscription, plus a 60-day free trial to kickstart your 2022 fitness routine. Get started now at neoufitness.com. That's neoufitness.com.
At least it's better than what the studio usually smells like. I don't have a problem with it, no. What? The smell. Not at all. Warren did not answer me. I texted and said, so, you good? He's probably asleep again. You think so? Well, if Miles got him home, he probably is. Yeah, he's out of it still. Mm-hmm. That stuff don't play. You know, you wake up and you're not crazy, but you're still there. You know, I swear, I thought I was. Many times good. You'll forget. Yeah, a lot of shit. I thought I was good, man. I'm sitting here literally on the phone with a client, and she said to me, "What's wrong with you?" Get off the phone. He's getting situated at home. He just answered me. Mark's home. He's getting situated, he said. From his answers and sentence structure, I would say no, he should not join us.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So I need to take some of these callers who've been waiting, and then I want to get back to our experts. Tony, what's going on with you, Tony? What's happening?
Oh, nothing really in particular.
What's
calling
happening?
to more or less try to see. Nothing in particular. I'm just trying to see if I can't get maybe yourself or some of the people on your referral list to try to expand their services. I know that there's a lot of great people that offer good quality services, but it seems like they only offer it up and down the Front Range.
You're right about Fort Morgan, Tony. We've had other calls from Fort Morgan, and you guys seem to be like out in nowhere land. But what are you near? We should be able to get people to service that area. Are you having problems?
We're about. No, nothing in particular. It's just I got some repairs.
No, that's what I mean. Where would you say, as far as most people go for services?
So, from what I've been able to gather, it seems like Greeley, Hudson, kind of that area seems to be about the cutoff, and we're about 35 to 40 minutes further east from there.
Right.
But it's just a lot of people out here. We would be more than happy to.
But you're not far from You're not far from Fort Collins.
Oh, I'd say we're about an hour.
Okay, and then Greeley. Right, I see where you're saying Greeley is kind of better situated. So, have you looked at our North referral list to see?
No, I have. Honestly, I didn't even know about that one. But I have called up and down the Front Range. People that have been mentioned on your referral list, and they just don't offer. They just don't go out that far. And like I said, this is more or less a kind of a challenge to see if anybody be willing to expand their range. Just what's
the population out there? You are out kind of alone. You really are. What's the population out there?
Fort Morgan. I just moved out here, so to be honest, I'm not entirely sure. I was living in a town called Wiggins. It was a little bit closer, but they're only a population of about 1,000 people.
Now, how long does it take you to get to Greeley, did you say?
To Greeley, it's about 45 minutes.
Okay.
Roughly.
Yeah, that would be the main population base. I'm going to put out the word, people for Fort Morgan, and we'll check our referral list as well. Why don't you check it too, referrallist.com, and then we'll see what's going on with that. Okay. Carl, you have kudos for Compass. What's going on?
Hey, Tom, how are you?
Good. What's going on? Brian's here.
Very long-time listener, boss.
Thank you, man. What's happening?
I wanted to call and give kudos to Jeremy at Compass.
Okay.
I took your advice a couple of years ago when I switched over to him, and he's been wonderful.
You did the insurance checkup.
Yep, I called you on that. I saved almost 45% a year on my home and my car.
Oh, my God. So what's going on? You just love them?
Well, I live in Louisville, and as you know, we had a little problem in Louisville and Superior and Rock Creek last week.
With wind
and the fire. We lost almost 1,000 homes last week.
Oh, I didn't realize it was okay. I thought it was more in Boulder, but that's Boulder County, right?
Yeah, it's Boulder County.
Okay,
Boulder
go ahead.
Light, we call it.
Right.
I was still evacuated, and Jeremy called me personally on his holiday weekend off, asking me if I needed anything.
Holy crap! That's pretty impressive. Compass Insurance, you should call them, people. You deserve it. And that's 303-996-9000. All right, we have another couple of hours to go. More on restoration and what they do and what they can do for you, and more of your calls coming up. 303-713-TALK. New to Cure.
Researchers use MRIs and more to study the tricks of the world's best cameras in the mind of a poker player.
It's on Curiosity Stream. Annual plans are $20. That's $1.67 a month. Visit CuriosityStream.com. Available everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. ABC News, I'm Will Reed. A criminal charge related to the sex allegation investigation of former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo was dropped today. Albany District Attorney David Storrs has decided against going forward with a forcible touching charge against former Governor Cuomo. While many have an opinion regarding the allegations against the former governor, Storrs said his office is the only one who has a burden to prove the elements of a crime beyond a reasonable doubt. Storrs said in a statement a woman's groping allegation is credible, but there's not enough evidence to meet the burden at trial. The criminal charge was the only one Cuomo had faced after the state attorney general found he sexually harassed 11 women. Aaron Kiversky, ABC News, New York. President Biden will meet with members of the COVID response team this afternoon and later deliver remarks on plans to fight the latest Omicron wave. The Labor Department shows a record number of Americans quit their jobs in November. Food services, healthcare, and transportation are among the industries that saw the most workers leave their jobs. This is ABC News. Nearly a month after a series of deadly tornadoes swept through Kentucky, recovery efforts continue. The Army Corps of Engineers has moved in to help with debris removal to help President Biden pledge federal funds to pay for the first month of cleanup and recovery. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear said, "We know it's going to take a lot longer than 30 days, and the costs are immense, exceeding $100 billion to ultimately clean up that debris." He plans to make a formal request for an extension. Jim Ryan, ABC News. An urgent search to find a missing 7-year-old last seen in New Hampshire. Harmony Montgomery went missing in 2019, but it wasn't until last week when authorities learned of her disappearance. May access to Police Chief Alan Oldenburg. The accused tonight apologized, right? In where Harmony should have been, right? And who she should have been with. Nobody. Officials have announced a 24-hour tip line and asked for the public's help. Will Reed, ABC News. Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents. Love the smell of books. Sorry, man. Reading your books out of Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. I don't think you can. But check my picture. It really does devour literature. Only pay for what you need. Deep breath.
My virtual meditation studio has never been busier. They need a remote assistant to realign their scheduling.
Sorry. Back to your breath.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Make calls, schedule virtual interviews, and talk to candidates right from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
J. Howe News Time, 12:03. Boulder County Sheriff Joe Kelly said it could take weeks, even months, to turn the top of the Marshall fire. No group or person has yet been blamed. Assisting local investigators are agents from the FBI, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, and special investigators from the U.S. Forest Service. Kelly has full support of Governor Pollard, who says there's no one in the state better than Sheriff Kelly to get it right. As of yesterday, Colorado's 7-day average COVID positivity rate was just over 26%, the highest it's ever been during the pandemic. Dr. Stephen Connors from Shore Health isn't surprised. It's primarily because of what happened not just in the United States, but worldwide. This kind of creates this environment where the virus can thrive and mutate with all over the world. There are incredible ski resorts, and they make over each other. Denver area grocery workers are ready to go on strike against King Soopers. Workers represented by UFCW Local 7 voted in favor of the strike on Sunday. We accused King Soopers of unfair labor practices. That's the latest. I'm Chuck Clark.
This report is sponsored by unbound.org.
Nice drive on I-25 for you. No reported slow traffic. 470 also moving along well. Taking a look at I-70, it's good here in town. Now Boulder Pike is moving along without delay, but the ramp to McCaslin is still closed due to wildfire damage and cleanup. And in addition, Highway 170 Marshall Road closed between Highway 93 and McCaslin. Fox 31 pinpoint weather breezy and mild today. Tonight low drops to 22 and the scattered afternoon snow showers for tomorrow with a high of 40. 1 to 5 inches of snow expected. Currently it's 51. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Sophie McLaughlin. 6:30 KPOW.
Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org.
Better call Saul. That is so hot, man. Your guy did you right.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-8255. This hour brought to you by RenewHomeInnovations.com. What a great place Renew Home is. 303-904-2000. I just went to a year-end party with that company. They're all dedicated professionals, great tradesmen. They do beautiful showers, rectangle showers to take the place of that shower tub or that tub. And they have beautiful wall systems, no maintenance, American standard fixtures, and just splendid, beautiful work. And they can get started right away. No supply chain problems with them. And they employ the best craftsmen. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000. When other people say, wait, they're saying we can do it. 303-904-2000. Now, let's keep going. We are solving problems, answering questions, and taking complaints. And we want to know what's on your mind. One guy said, not enough good company service up in Fort Morgan. I believe Genesis goes up to Fort Morgan, by the way, GenesisTotalExteriors.com. And they also do, of course, their Genesis does their solar as well. But I think you can find them, and they do it. They go to Fort Morgan, GenesisTotalExteriors.com for either solar or for anything exterior. You will find they do great work as well. So, welcome to the show, folks. Let's go to the phones, right? Keith's got a toll road issue. Go ahead. What's going on, Keith?
Hi, Tom.
Hey, man.
I have a question. Now, it's very hard to find information regarding the toll roads and bills and things you get billed for. But I was traveling on the I-25 Express toll road, or I was traveling on I-25 South, and the sign for the Express toll that day that I was traveling there said, open to all. And I've got it on video. I had a dash cam.
Open to all, huh?
It said open to all. Now, I was always under the understanding that the Express toll was only open to people that had the transponder or, high occupancy vehicles and things like that.
Right.
So I use the lane, and of course, then I get a bill about a month later, and it's not significant, so I'm happy to pay it if I should, but it seems to me that if it just seems a little misleading, and I'm not sure what to do. I can't find out any information. They're very hard to get a hold of to say.
Now,
hey,
hold on. The 470, the 470 Authority, are they the same ones that run the other tolls? This wasn't 470. This was on I-25.
I-25 South. It's a express toll.
I know. The express tolls. I'm looking for that number. We used to have somebody there. expresstolls.com. That's what it is. You find everything there. It's not just 470, by the way. It's everything. It's Northwest Parkway, E470, and the express lanes. It's one stop for all Colorado tolling needs. And you can create an account and contact them or call them. In fact, I will say this, okay? I don't like toll roads, but I use them, and I will tell you that they're pretty responsive to people who call them.
Okay, and you did find a phone number? Because I looked and I did not see it. I may have overlooked it.
It says, now that's a pay by phone, but for information, it's actually it says the center. So let's try that. And then I'm going to contact us. But try that. This is 303-537-3470. But now I'm trying to contact us. Oh, yeah. No, there's a different number. 30. Let's see. Oh, no, that's the same number. Let's see. 3470 I just gave you, right? That's what they're giving for customer service. Let me see. And then they even have an email I would try.
Okay.
And here's the email. It's customerservice@expresstoll.com. I'd like to know more about that message, actually. That would be pretty cool. I suggest, with the exception of I-70, all express lanes will be open at all times. Where'd you find this? This is express lanes. What does this mean, open at all times? Drivers can also choose to pay a toll to use the lanes at any time. Well, maybe it means open. It doesn't mean open to everyone. This doesn't say open to everyone. It just says all express lanes will be open at all times. Did it say open at all times, or did it say open to everyone?
It said I have it on video, and I double-checked it. It says open to all, those three words.
So what I just did is Googled, what does open to all mean on the express
Yeah, but
lane?
they can't say. To me, that's misleading as hell.
I agree.
Here's what I'd like you to do. I'd like you to send me that video. Okay?
Okay.
Hold on. Suze, have him send that video, okay, so we can get a hold of it? All right, hold on, bro. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Charles, tell me about your medical bill. What's going on?
Yes, Tom. My wife has been suffering with lymphomic cancer for the last 2 years.
How is she doing?
Well, last year she went through chemo and lost all her hair, and she got better, and then it came back again. So now she's on another protein treatment. When they did a pathology report, it cost $11,000. Now, insurance picked up most of that. My wife and I are both on Medicare.
Okay.
And so we did get a $800 bill from a pathology company that cost $11,000. We were finally able to send them. We owed $800 and some odd dollars, which is pretty good from $11,000. But we still we're fighting other medical bills also.
No, I got you. I got you. It can pile up. Even if the copays are relatively small compared to the bill, they can still be a lot compared to you. So what happened?
Yes. Well, we were able to finally send in a $100 check, and they cashed it on December 10th. But then on December 11th, they sent us to collection agency.
Okay.
And we've gotten a bill from the collection agency for the total $838. I argued with the patient services with this pathology company, and they said that's not our responsibility.
Well, hold on.
I said, well,
let me get this
I'm
straight.
not
Let me
gonna
get this
pay-
straight. You paid, how much was the total bill?
The total bill that we owed is $834.
Okay. Total bill or total copay was $834. And you, okay, hold on then. And you paid $100 of it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That 100 was actually cashed?
Yes, it was. And what I understand that the law is, and these are friends telling me, and not a lawyer, but they say once a company...
No, they didn't. No. They're going to tell you once they collected it, they've agreed to it, to take payments. They didn't.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Yeah, but that's people playing Perry Mason. That's not really collectors can accept anything. And so can entities. Listen, man, let's just not waste time. If you paid $100, you didn't force them to take $100. But one thing you did do is reduce the bill by $100. So they can't now take it and charge you $834. Okay? It should be $734.
Right.
And you say the payment was cashed, right?
The $100 was.
And are you telling me that they're not acknowledging it? The company that the company that billed you, where you paid them the money and they cashed the check, they're not counting it?
Well, they told me that they would finally, when I talked to them, they said they would call the collection agency and they would tell them to reduce the bill. But I said I needed it in writing that they did that. And they said, we don't send out any emails. And if we do send you anything, it'll be a letter. But that's, if we want to do that.
Yeah, but you don't need it in writing. If you see that it's reduced by $100, you don't need that in writing. It's reduced. Just call the collector and say, look, I was told this would be reduced by $100. Is there any way you can just get the other money and pay it off? And like borrow against something or a credit card or something?
Yeah, we could do that.
You really should. I'm going to tell you why. Because the interest is going to be outrageous if you keep this going with a collection agency.
I see. Okay. Thanks.
It really will. And even a credit card is better. You can pay that off as quickly as you want. But if I were you, I would just give them $734 and say, and then a copy of the check you already sent. And say, this should be payment in full. Okay? Then see what they do and let us know. It's not one and done with us. You can call us back. We got more coming up. Let's talk about saving a life with a simple 15-minute procedure. Keep your clothes on, sit in a chair. They do a carotid scan of your arteries with a handheld ultrasound. It's especially geared to pick up soft plaque, and that is predictive of heart disease and stroke to a point where it saves some lives. People got immediate medical attention. You may not know you have a problem. Let me just explain this to you. It's very quick. It's the most accurate, low-cost diagnostic method for $150. Get your core scan, save a life. The good news is there are drugs that can immediately arrest it and reverse it like they did with me. 720-740-2663. 720-740-2663. Core without the E. CoreScans.com. Hey, if you need help with an estate issue of any kind, BlakeHarrisLaw.com. You can ask Blake your questions free of charge. 833-ASK-BLAKE. He'll never force you to hire him, but when you do, you pay flat rates for what you need, whether it be a will, a trust. Maybe you want ways to avoid probate, or you want to do a special needs trust. You have very special needs. Whatever it is, Blake Harris Law can protect your assets, protect your heirs, protect you. 303. It's 833-ASK-BLAKE. BlakeHarrisLaw.com. 833-ASK-BLAKE.
NeoU is my new favorite fitness app. And at $3.99 a month, I can't believe everything I get. Real-time coaching, daily live workouts where I can see my friends, plus thousands of on-demand classes like strength, boot camp, yoga, and more. I'm obsessed with NeoU's interactive workouts where my instructors can see and talk to me. And when you sign up for a 60-day free trial by January 31st, you'll pay just $3.99 a month. Sign up now at neoufitness.com. That's neoufitness.com.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all areas. If you're a small business owner, listen up. Pi Insurance wants to give you one of those aha moments, the kind that could save you money. Workers' comp is probably one of the biggest costs you face. But did you know that insurance providers have flexibility in setting their prices? That's right. But many don't bother giving small businesses the savings you deserve. Instead, you can get lumped in with other businesses and overcharged. Pi Insurance was created to change that. With Pi, you get a quote tailored specifically to your business, and you could save up to 30% with no hassle and no hidden fees. And with helpful representatives just a call away, it's easy to understand why Pi is rated excellent by customers on Trustpilot. Take 3 minutes to see how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or go to trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
Grainberry. There's health goals, then there's Grainberry's bowl goals.
I eat a bowl of Grainberry bran flakes every morning because my bowl goal is to cut down on sugar.
I eat a bowl of Grainberry cinnamon frosted shredded wheat every morning because my bowl goal is to pack as much flavor into my breakfast as possible.
I eat a bowl of Grainberry honey nut toasted oats every morning because my bowl goal is to start each day with tons of energy.
Grainberry cereal with amazing onyx sorghum is a delicious way to keep your family's health goals on track, with more antioxidants than any fruit, vegetable, or cereal.
I'm Peter Harris for Grainberry cereals. Grainberry with amazing onyx sorghum starts with lower sugar than other cereals. Then we use only whole grains to help slow sugar absorption, making it great for managing diabetes and prediabetes. Whatever your health goals are, find it in a bowl of Grainberry cereal. Pick up a box today.
Grainberry, healthy cereal for your family.
If you're tired of big cable bills, you can get Newsmax TV for free. Millions are watching Newsmax. Available now on major cable systems or for free on smart TVs like Samsung, LG, and Vizio. Find it streaming on Roku, Xumo, Pluto, Amazon Fire, TiVo, Apple TV, and more. 7 million Americans have downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphones. It takes just seconds. Then watch us anytime, anywhere. Forbes calls Newsmax a news powerhouse. Find out why. Start watching today.
King Soopers is proud to call Colorado home since 1947. Last year, with your help, we donated food and funds to local hunger relief efforts, providing more than 9 million fresh, healthy meals to our neighbors in need. Of course, we couldn't do it without our more than 21,000 King Soopers associates. That's why we continue to feed their future, investing in hourly pay, healthcare, and retirement. Because together, we're better. Thank you for supporting your King Soopers family and Colorado communities.
This is Chris Collinsworth. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook.
The Avalanche hit the road tonight to take on the Chicago Blackhawks. It'll be their first road game since their extended holiday break, which saw 7 games postponed due to COVID. Nuggets forward Michael Porter Jr. was seen getting shots up before the team faced the Mavs last night. He had back surgery a month ago and missed the loss to Dallas. And the Broncos have been eliminated from playoff contention, but they can crush the Kansas City Chiefs' chances at the number 1 seed with a win on Saturday. I'm J.D. Haffron.
Download the top-rated DraftKings Sportsbook app today and use code SPORTS for a special offer when you sign up. That's code SPORTS for a special offer when you sign up, only at DraftKings Sportsbook.
Listen to us on your radio, on your desktop, and on your smart device. Denver's talk station is available everywhere, in your car, at work, and wherever you go. All you need is our free iHeartRadio app. Just say, play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Let's go to the phones, and I have to take calls as they come in. Ted, go ahead. What are you doing, sir? What can we do for you?
Did you say Ted?
Yes, I did. What's going on?
Yes, sir. I really wanted to make a comment on that vaccine. You know, I'm 80 years old. I've never had a vaccine in my life except for the polio vaccine way back in 1945. I've never been sick a day in my life. I guess I just have natural immunity, and I think that COVID thing is just a scam. I believe that it's just a way for the pharmaceutical companies to make money and for the people that sell the masks to make money. Because it seems like every other day you got to have another shot.
Well, listen, I understand how the uncertainty hits you, but certainly you don't think this is invented by drug company. I mean, you really do believe that this virus does exist. Now, it may have been created in China or something, but you don't think it was done on purpose by the government, do you?
No, I don't. I don't blame the United States government at all. No. I just want to say I think the pharmaceutical companies are just getting rich off of that vaccine.
But they are. I mean, that's true. They are. But what does that? How does that? Okay, I'm not trying to talk you into a vaccine, by the way. I'm not. But I'm asking you, how does that affect the efficacy of it? I mean, sure, they want to make money. I'm sure that they were jumping up and down when they found out they could develop a vaccine and make a crap load of money. I'm positive. Why not? I mean, of course they were happy about it. So why is that? Why does that negate the vaccine?
If the vaccine was any good, you wouldn't have to have 50 shots.
Well, true that it has definitely changed how we think about vaccines. That's for damn sure. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind. I mean, vaccines have changed because it used to be one and done. But, you know, I don't – listen, here's why it's not one and done. The same reason the flu shot isn't. The flu shot's not a scam. I got the flu shot every single year. And again, I'm not trying to talk you into this. I'm just trying to be fair. I don't believe in mandates. I personally got vaccinated and boosted. And yeah, it confuses me because they say that, you know, you got to get vaccinated, got to get vaccinated. But when you do, they don't relax any of your restrictions. Not one. It's the same as being unvaccinated nowadays. It doesn't matter. If there's a mask mandate, you got to wear a mask. You know, if you got to avoid certain places, you got to avoid certain places. Here's the point I'm trying to make, though. That doesn't negate the vaccine itself just because we don't like the way this all went down. The normal flu shot is a jab you have to get every single year because of different strains. And what they're saying is the effectiveness of the COVID vaccine wears off. But I mean, okay, so it wears off. Again, I'm not trying to say it's the greatest vaccine that ever lived. But, I mean, you know, it doesn't mean it's totally ineffective either. And again, I don't want mandates.
The way I understand it is more people are dying after they take that vaccine than are living.
Well, you know what? I don't think that's true. I don't think it's. I truly don't. I don't think that the vaccine is causing more death than not. I'm not saying it's the greatest thing since sliced bread, but come on, man. There are no real stats that show that it's killing massive amounts of people. I don't think there is, Ted. And again, I'm not a very easy guy to convince. Trust me, I'm not for big government. I'm not for vaccines. I'm not for shutdowns and mass mandates and all of that. I'm not one of those people. But let's be fair. The vaccine has shown to be effective in lessening symptoms. Let's be fair about it. I mean, it just has. Christine, you have a question about unemployment. What's happening?
In Colorado?
Yeah, if you want, or we can talk about another state if you need to.
No, I'm in Colorado.
Okay.
I was unemployed effective May of 2021.
Okay.
I filed for unemployment. I was approved for unemployment. I got unemployment, and then in May of 2020, well, sorry, that would have been 2020. In 2021, I was instructed by unemployment when and if I was able to connect with them, because most of the time they said, we're too busy, call back another time, click. When I did get a person, they said, just file a new complaint,
because you were not, you were still not working in the following years.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And I applied for thousands of jobs. Literally.
No, I get it. So, I mean, I don't know why you're not getting work, because people are dying for good workers. But anyway, go ahead. What happened then?
I know. It's kind of an odd. Well, I mean, I guess I was trying for a job that I had previously experienced. I was white collar. But now I don't care. I just want a job.
Yeah. So where are we right
anyway,
now?
now I'm being accused of fraudulently filing.
Why? But why is it fraud? What are they saying you did?
They didn't give a reason.
Wait a minute. They have to give a reason. They don't just say you committed fraud.
No. Well, no. Well,
I'm sure you know what it's related to.
Here's the great thing. Okay, you filed against this docket number that said you did or did not get vacation. I did get vacation deposit when I was separated from my company. I did not hide that. So then magically, like the next month, they say my entire unemployment thing is reversed.
Right.
Because I was fraudulent.
Well, that's right. That's what they do. And then they reinvestigate it. So they're saying
well,
that
I went in December to a quote-unquote in-person interview.
Yes.
Which involved going to the lobby and being assigned to a cubicle with a phone.
Yes.
That was in person. Yeah. And the guy was like, well, did you fraudulently file? I said, no. He said, okay, well, a special team will be getting back to you. That was before the holiday, and I understand holiday delays. I called in today, and the gal.
So right now, you believe that you should be entitled right now to benefits, and you're not getting them. Is that the bottom line?
Actually, I don't even care about that. I care that they're claiming that I fraudulently filed for unemployment.
Well,
and I am now accountable for $52,000.
Well, did they say that you have to pay back $52,000?
Yes.
When did they say that?
In December.
So they did say you have to pay back $52,000. And why all 52? If it was just a certain amount you did not claim, why is everything due back?
Have no idea.
And you have been unable to get any answers? Hey, Suze, are we getting answers from our
I was on the phone with them today, and the gal was like, yeah, that's kind of sad, and while she was chewing some sandwich or something.
So, listen, I get where you're coming from. You're saying that you did everything right, but they said one thing that you did wrong was you did not claim what? What was it they're saying you didn't claim?
I don't know.
No, you said it. You said it in the beginning of the call. You said that some kind of vacation or something.
Oh, right. Yes.
What did they say?
So did I correctly report any severance, vacation, blah, blah, blah?
And you said yes.
I did report all that in my initial claim.
You did. And they're claiming you did not.
That's not even the exact claim. There's like nothing of substance.
All right.
To use.
All right. Do you have any letters or correspondence from them?
Oh, yeah, a bunch.
Okay. So we need to see what they're saying. I mean, I don't even know what they're saying to you. And then we need to figure out who you go to. Suze, Did we get an answer? Do we get answers from Phil when we send stuff?
Yeah, via email, Tom.
You
He's
know what?
so busy.
I know. Christine, we have someone, though, that can look at this directly and give us a complete explanation. Okay. Why don't you hold on? Seriously, we can do that. So hang on. 303-713-8255.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com.
Drive up and down I-25 is in good shape. Notice where there's slow traffic between Thornton and Castle Rock. 225 is also looking good, and your drive on I-70 is pretty good. A little bit of slow traffic eastbound making your way through that construction zone right through around the York area. 6th Avenue through Lakewood for slow speed. Officer around 2.5 is easy today in Miles. Nice on 22. And then for tomorrow, expect Saturday afternoon snow showers with a high of 40. Notified inches of snow expected. Currently, it's 51. For your impact traffic and weather, I'm Kristen Lockwood, 6:30 now.
If New Year calls for more hiring, check out Indeed, the all-in-one hiring platform that makes it easy to attract, screen, and interview candidates all in one place. Sponsor your first job post today after visiting Indeed.com/credit.
YouTube listeners think she's jiving you.
Century RV. Yes, I know it's cold and snowy, but you ought to start thinking about getting away in an RV, which I always say stands for real vacation. The best deals around the country and the best supply and the best money paid on trades, CenturyRV.com. They're building a new $10 million facility up there. And listen, that's going to assure the best service ever. Century RV, the best prices, best trade-in values. Go for new or used. 303-453-1111. Exit 240 and I-25. CenturyRV.com. 303-453-1111. Free legal advice is something everyone needs, especially when it comes to an injury. Oh, my God. I've heard so many people discussing major injuries with these pileups you're hearing about. And they have all the wrong information. Why? Because they're not asking someone who's experienced in personal injury, like John Fuller, Fuller Law. Free legal advice. If you're injured, call him. He will give you free legal advice. He'll go over your case. He'll tell you who you should collect from and if it's collectible and if he can help you. He's honest and he has accurate legal information. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500. FullerLawCO.com.
Hey, look,
Learn how to safely make 60 to over 100% of your money every year. 9 a.m. Saturday, 6:30 a.m. 6:30 KL, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Genesis Total Exteriors can do all of your storm damage under one invoice and one company, one point of contact. If you have been hit by high winds up in the Lions Bowl area or anywhere, and you need someone to assess all of your damage from roofing, siding, gutters, decking, windows, outbuildings, fences, whatever it is, Genesis Total Exteriors.com, 303-679-8509. All right, to the phones, Jeremy, what's going on with you? And we have plenty of time for calls, and lines are open at 303-713-TALK. What's going on, Jeremy?
Hey, Tom. Thank you for taking my call, and I appreciate what you and your crew do.
Thank you.
I'm having an issue with C&C disposal here in Pueblo, Colorado.
Yeah,
So,
trash companies, man, are really on the hot seat. It's a trash company, right?
Correct, yep.
Yeah, they're really on the hot seat. They're getting a lot of complaints from all over. So what's going on?
So my next door neighbor, they have a dumpster in their front yard.
Yeah.
And the way that the driver has to maneuver his truck to get to the dumpster, he has to park over my driveway.
Okay.
Which is not a big deal, but the trucks leak oil and hydraulic fluid every week. And I've contacted C&C Disposal. I've talked to them at least a half dozen times. I went down to their facility and raised hell with them.
I mean, how bad are the leaks?
And,
how many times a week are they there?
Once a week.
And how bad are those leaks?
It's bad. I mean, it's ridiculous. You know, I have
Come on.
friends,
I mean, like does it look like somebody took a bucket of oil to it?
Yeah. Yep. It looks like somebody took a 5-gallon bucket of oil and just threw it all over my driveway.
Now, wait a minute. Why do they have to go in your driveway to get to him?
Correct, because the way that the dumpster is in their driveway, there's always vehicles parked on the street, so it's tight parking, and the driver has to kind of angle in to get to the dumpster over the tail end of my driveway, leading out to the street. So I've contacted C&C Disposal. I told them, and this has been going on since before Thanksgiving now, and they just kind of keep brushing me off, saying, "Oh, we're going to fix the truck, we're going to come clean it up." But it's just to the point where I
so you have two problems.
See if I could get
two problems. One, you want to stop the future pollution, and two, you want to get it removed. What kind of concrete do you have?
I don't know, just standard concrete.
Okay, all right. Well, is it sinking into the concrete or sitting on top?
It's sitting on top. It's just like a huge oil stain.
Can you is it wet or is it already dried and stained?
It dries out they come on Tuesdays, so every Tuesday there's a fresh wet stain, and it dries over time. But, I've got a ton of pictures.
I want some.
The manager has come out and looked at it, and he's addressed it, and he says, yeah, we got to clean it up. The other thing, Tom, is I've talked to a couple of drivers, and they said, you should see the other places. They're just as bad. I mean, these trucks are just leaking all over the dang place.
I mean, it's weird that they would have that much
I don't know what else to do to light a fire under the
Well,
fire.
here's what we can do. You send us photos, and then we look at it, or pics, and we put it up on social media, and we have one of our people call. One step at a time. First, send us the pics. Suze will talk to you on how to get those to us. Let's go to American Oops, I'm sorry, wrong line. There's no one on that line there. Let me put that on to rest. And then go to Rock, American Restoration. Hey, Rock, we talk about unattended death as being one of the things restoration companies do, like AmRest247.com, American Restoration. What I'd like to ask is,
go ahead. Yeah.
with with an unattended death, is that a common thing? And what damage can it do?
Yes, there's all types of bacteria that can become airborne and soak into, say, like the carpet or the subflooring. We can remove all of that. And there's a smell with death that one can never forget. Once you smell it, you will always remember it.
Oh,
and
my God.
We can eliminate that smell that can permeate a number of rooms. So
okay,
that's something that we can handle. A lot of times, if there's an elderly person who has been living alone, or sometimes things happen to people.
Yeah.
And they just don't know. It'll be a day or two or a week or two, and then we have to come in and help with the situation like that. But we have a great deal of experience with that.
All right. What about meth? What's involved? I was told at times meth can be one of the most difficult jobs. Meth labs.
It is. It's very regulated. There's the number of health departments are involved with that, and you also have federal agencies involved because they're tracking where the meth is coming from, whether it be, south of the border or what drugs or gangs.
But when you want to mitigate it, Rock, at American Restoration 24/7, when you want to mitigate it, do you have to show air samples that it's mitigated?
Yes, it's mostly a wipe, but, the best thing that you can do is pretty much gut because it's so hard to remove. So the best thing and probably the most efficient thing is to gut as much as possible, and then clean the studs and get it cleaned down to the studs area.
Yeah.
And then you can go from there and then build back. But getting it to that point where it does pass is not easy. And the best thing you can do for the most part is, gutting the AC system, the HVAC system. Gutting, the kitchen appliances and things of that nature, and then going back and cleaning up from there. So it's not going to be cheap, and it's not going to be easy to pass. But once you get in that situation, people can rehab
and insurance
the dwelling.
And insurance covers it.
No.
What?
No, not necessarily, because it's not a natural disaster. Someone comes in, your cousin, your nephew, your brother, your brother-in-law comes in, and they're in your house, and you don't know
God,
they're smoking or they're cooking, or they're even out in your barn. Or say,
I know what you're saying. So you're saying it's not necessarily covered. I want to ask Brian about that when you're a landlord or something. If there's anything you can do about that. Do they have a meth rider?
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation.
Yes. Put a little bit of volume on the commercials in here. Since we're not talking too much, they're thinking their headphones aren't working when we're quiet.
Is in good shape with no other problem spots. I-70 checking clear of delay. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, breezy today, mild. Tonight's low 22 though. Scattered afternoon showers, snow showers for tomorrow with a high of 40. 1 to 5 inches of snow expected. Currently it's 51. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin, 630 KHOW.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
Zero Res is doing it again. An unbelievable deal to get cleaned up after the holidays. Make it your New Year's resolution to get those carpets clean with a #1 patented system, Zero Res. It's patented because they use special water that's soft and alkaline, and it does not have any chemicals. It does not have anything harsh in it, and it cleans like crazy to make your carpets look new. And because they don't use a lot of water, they dry faster, and of course, they never use residual. It's unbelievable stuff, and stuff that you will be happy you have discovered for just $79 for any 2 rooms, just $79. So that's what you get. Zero res for just $79. 303-471-5150. ZeroResDenver.com. Hey, Ideal Home Loans is going strong. Get your mortgage on. You know, rates are probably going to go up a little. Here's what I love about Ideal. No matter when you refinance, you get a 2-year guarantee that if rates go down, they'll get you on the bandwagon free of charge. 303-867-7000. They also have a pick-your-own term loan, so you can get that lower rate without going back to 15 or 30 years. You can pick whatever term you want, whatever you have left on your loan, or add a year or 2, whatever you want, or even take some time off your loan and still get a low payment. You can get cash out if you need it to consolidate bills under much lower interest. IdealHomeLoans.com for your next ideal home loan. 303-867-7000. People I've known for 20 years. 303-867-7000.
iHeartRadio.
Those small changes can make a big difference. Want to reduce your food waste? Embrace your freezer. From bread to meat and even cheese, most foods can be frozen and cooked later. Plus, a full freezer uses less electricity. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
This tax filing season could be one for the record books. There are thousands of dollars worth of new tax credits on the table, and Jackson Hewitt will help make sure you get every one you deserve. Tax credits for being a parent, taking care of a parent, taking classes, and so much more. Don't leave thousands on the table. Jackson Hewitt will make sure you get credit for all you do, and guaranteed. Learn more.
Well, I can't fucking go down. I mean, this guy's a nut. He's a fucking nut.
Okay,
but
I'll tell him to go away.
You tell him, I'll call him. That's it.
Okay.
You know. But believe me, we're abiding by her wishes not to have anybody here. Okay.
From my friends at American Finance. There is no pressure, there's no obligation, there's no upfront fee, no hidden fee, no application fee, just a simple conversation with a salary-based mortgage consultant.
Oh, some guy shows up in the lobby. He's a fucking nut.
Oh, just some listener. Oh, that happens.
Tell me again, Suze. What's our young lady's name again?
My girl?
Yeah.
Kelly.
Okay. I got
Kelly.
Gotta get it in my head.
It's eucalyptus, isn't it?
I love it. You don't love it, is it?
Tom, my smell's coming back slowly, so anytime I smell something that smells remotely normal, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm smelling normal.
You should put it on a tissue and it'll cure your smell.
I smelled urine recently. I was like, wow, I smelled urine.
Oh my goodness. Where were you? I don't want to know. I do not want to know.
Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The good news is we only have a 4-day week. The good news, we only have a 4-day week.
Well, we're out Friday?
No. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Oh! Yeah, I know. I lost it. I had to ask. When are we coming back?
I've been like so fucking lazy.
We left out of here, and 3 days after we were gone, I didn't know what day any day was.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, so if you have any questions, by the way, for Rocket, American Restoration, or Brian at Compass Insurance Group, give us a call. Deputy Doc has some follow-ups. Deputy Doc, what does this involve, sir? Hold on.
We had a call
there you are.
Hey, can you hear me, Tom?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we had a call from Johnny Cruz. He bought a 2007 Mazda from CarHop, and he paid $7,000 for it, and he was having multiple problems. So I called CarHop and Johnny, and he got a different car for the same price. He's driven it for 2 weeks, and he's very happy with it. So they gave him a trade, one up, and he's okay with it.
That's pretty cool. So I mean, that was amazing. You got that done during the holiday and the pandemic. So he already got the car?
Yep, he's had it for 2 weeks, no problems, and he's thrilled.
That's pretty cool. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Doc. That'll help a lot for sure. Anything else you're working on, sir? Anything else?
Well, yeah, Roseanne called up because she was moving from Colorado to Pennsylvania. Her stuff was caught in the Netherlands, somewhere nobody knew where it was. We actually got a hold of somebody at Mayflower. He took care of the problem, and her stuff was, believe it or not, was delivered 2 days after we called.
And where was it delivered?
To Pennsylvania.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's Deputy Doc working from remote locations. We're trying to do our part here. Although I personally don't think we're going to stop Omicron at all. I think everyone's going to get it. Everyone. I think you're just going to get it, period. And when they get it, they'll have it. They'll be immune to it. Anyway, let's talk, Marty. What's going on with you? 303-713-TALK. What's going on, Marty? Hello? Oh, Mary. I'm sorry. Mary. I'm so sorry, Mary. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, great. I'm here. Hello.
Hi.
I'm calling to see my grandson's looking for a family lawyer for child custody case, and about a year ago we started the custody case, and he had a lawyer, but now he can't really afford another one because the one he had is moved out of
Wait
state.
a minute. Did the attorney that moved out of state take money with him? In other words, did he pay that guy ahead of time?
No, she did represent him. She did represent him throughout the last year on the parts of the case, and then.
All right, hold on, dear. Don't hang up, and we'll try to figure something out. I'm Tom Martino.
Goodland, Kansas.
Do you know what? Coke goes right through me. I swear to God. And alcohol. More than water. Coke. You know, Coke makes me pee immediately. It goes right through.
The real estate man with RE/MAX Alliance. He is a certified negotiation expert, and he knows how to aggressively market your home.
With our specialized marketing knowledge, we aggressively implement the most advanced, innovative, and proactive marketing plans you can find.
For all things real estate, do not hesitate to call 303-920-1622 or get tips online at frankduran.therealestateman.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. Available everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one.
ABC News, I'm Will Lee. Omicron cases on the rise in the United States, with deaths up 10% in the past week. Health experts urging Americans to get vaccinated. And a new CDC study shows there is no risk of preterm or low-weight births among pregnant women who got a COVID vaccine. Attorneys for Prince Andrew asked a federal judge in New York to dismiss a woman's sexual abuse lawsuit.
His lawyers argued that since Prince Andrew could have been a potential defendant in Virginia Giuffre's 2009 lawsuit against Jeffrey Epstein, the prince cannot be sued now because of a settlement Giuffre signed with Epstein. The judge seemed skeptical of that, and Giuffre's lawyer argued her Epstein lawsuit was about sex trafficking. Giuffre does not allege Prince Andrew trafficked her, but sexually abused her starting when she was 17. Prince Andrew has denied the allegation. The lawsuit continues while the judge decides whether it should. Aaron Katursky, ABC News, New York.
No winning ticket in last weekend's Powerball drawing. The jackpot has now swelled to $610 million. This is ABC News. Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes, once the world's youngest self-made female billionaire, is now a convicted criminal, found guilty on 4 of 11 counts of criminal fraud. But the jury found her not guilty on 4 other counts of fraud and conspiracy, and were deadlocked on 3 other charges. ABC's chief legal analyst Dan Abrams says despite the mixed verdict, he doesn't think there will be a retrial.
That means effectively retrying this entire case for 3 counts, which even if she was convicted of in the next trial, would probably be served at the same time as whatever sentence she's going to get in connection with the other 4 she was convicted of.
Holmes faces up to 20 years in prison for each count on which she was found guilty. Mercedes-Benz has introduced an all-electric concept car that the company claims could drive 620 miles on a single charge. The vehicle also includes
do you know why he's doing this smell in here? Does he just like it? It's relaxing?
Yeah, he says it's relaxing, helps keep his
What's all the
head
buzz
clear
about
and
nasal
all that.
irrigation and navage? And should I try it? Here's the science. Airborne germs
we,
are through your nose. It's the body's
have
air filter
vaporizers
for
that we use
trapping
at home.
allergens and
Yeah, your diffusers. Yeah, I got a few of those.
She puts eucalyptus in it. She puts tea tree in it. She puts
Yeah, I didn't even know I could smell it. I'm gonna go right home and start using mine again.
It's not a drug. It's more like a code.
Tell B I like the dish soap she gave me.
Oh, you like that?
Yeah.
That's that Melaleucas stuff, the same company.
I'm Martin Hope, and I invented Navage to make cleaning those easy. It's the world's
Yeah, so she
only
said
nose
you guys
cleaner with
subscribe to it
powered
or something.
suction. Navage pulls out the
Gotta
bad
spend
stuff so you can
X amount of months, but
That's what she said.
we got a little routine going on.
At Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, Bed Bath, and Walmart. Or go to Navage.com for a free gift with purchase. Over 2 million sold.
Question 5.
Navage. Clean nose, healthy life.
So we had a senator stuck in traffic for 27 hours, huh? On I-95, yeah, I guess they got hosed up yesterday, last night sometime.
Yeah, I saw the news, like lots of people. This is Virginia, right? Woo-wee. I couldn't get over how cold Vegas was. It was chilly. I couldn't believe we actually stayed up past midnight for the New Year.
Girl,
Barely, but we did.
I was in bed, asleep when midnight landed.
Tommy, curious question. If you live in Nevada and you visit Colorado and you win the Colorado Powerball, do you pay Nevada taxes, Colorado taxes, both? How does that work? I wonder.
Wherever you make the money, you have to pay it.
Okay, so, but if you live in Nevada,
No,
you go,
because football players play elsewhere.
they have to pay those state taxes.
Not there.
The Ad Council.
Free Omicron for all.
I-70 pretty wide open from Aurora all the way to Golden and beyond. Off-freeway water main work has 56th Avenue closed at Central Park. Work expected to wrap up on Thursday. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, a mix of clouds and sun this afternoon. Temperatures dropping into the low 20s overnight tonight. Scattered snow showers developing tomorrow afternoon with a high of 40 for your Wednesday. It's 50 right in Denver. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Janine LaRose, 630 KHOW.
There's no guidebook to adopting a teen, but that's okay because you don't have to know it all to be a perfect parent. Go to adoptuskids.org to learn more about how to be the perfect parent to teens in foster care. Sponsored by Ad Council.
If you've been hurt in an automobile accident or in any other way and you're wondering, is this what I have to look forward to? Missing work, pain, missing vacations, not being able to do stuff around the house, and who pays? John Fuller is someone you should talk to. Free of charge, complimentary. If he takes the case, it's only payable if he wins, and it's a small percentage of what he collects. Why should you be the one to suffer? 303-597-4500, 597-4500 on my referral list at referralist.com.
Ring in the new year with NeoU, the game-changing fitness app with real-time coaching, daily live workouts with friends, and thousands of on-demand classes like strength, boot camp, yoga, yoga, and more. Right now, get a 50% lifetime discount and pay just $3.99 per month when you sign up by January 31st. That's a lifetime 50% discount on your NeoU subscription, plus a 60-day free trial to kickstart your 2022 fitness routine. Get started now at neoufitness.com. That's neoufitness.com.
Mornings at 6, The Situation with Michael Brown.
The Biden spokesperson spreads misinformation saying that Biden inherited no plan on COVID and vaccines. That's just simply not true. Let's talk about it on Wednesday.
Just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino on 630
Tom
K-How.
Martino here. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK. This hour brought to you by One Clear Choice Garage Doors. Clearly the choice. One Clear Choice Garage Doors. The website is oneclearchoicedoors.com, oneclearchoicedoors.com. These guys are great, 24/7 service for emergencies, broken springs. They can replace your opener, your whole door, any portion of your door, and they do full, complete inspections of your door for $80, which includes all the adjustments and bolt tightening. By the way, you can find out all of their prices. They're proud of it at oneclearchoicedoors.com. 720-370-3987. All right, let's go to the phones. 303-713-TALK. Mary said her son, I believe, is in a custody battle.
Grandson, yeah.
Your grandson is in a custody battle and needs an attorney. Is that right?
Yeah.
But you're saying he's going to have trouble paying because he already paid for one. But the one he paid for, he got his money's worth, right?
Yes, he did. He did.
Okay.
Because the judge had already given, because I called you almost a year ago, and you gave me some good advice, and then we worked it out with an attorney, and we were going to court, and the judge gave him a temporary 50-50 custody. And we were getting ready to go in November for the permanent order. However, after that, the other family has been pulling stunts to try to, they had another altercation with him. Now there's another case.
What altercation? Wait, hold on. They had 50-50, and what happened?
They each had 50-50 custody, temporary custody.
That's right.
And then in November, they were supposed to go to court for the judge to rule on permanent 50-50 custody, which it looked like it was going that way. But then one day at the coffee shop, two of her family members and friends
I see.
And jumped him at a coffee shop thing, and it was 3 against him.
But what does this have to do? What does that have to do with custody? Was he with the child?
No, he was not with the custody. Well, when we were going to go to court for the hearing for the custody case, they told the judge they no longer would agree to 50-50 custody, and now they told the judge that he was violent, and we're violent, and everybody's violent. So now we got to prove that we're not. In the meantime, we haven't seen.
No, you don't. You don't have to prove you're not. Did the judge say you have to prove you're not violent?
No, but the judge allowed them to not let us see her. So I'm assuming now we got to
see her. Not to see her at all.
Yeah, they haven't let us see her.
Is it pending an investigation? I need to know the true nature of what he said. Is it pending an investigation? Because any judge is going to look into those serious accusations. So are they going to look into it?
Well, that's why we have to find an attorney.
Mary, here's what I'm asking. Did the judge say, I am permanently denying custody? Or did they say,
no,
we are looking into it? What did the judge say? The judge will not leave you wondering.
The judge did say that he would give my grandson enough time to find an attorney to come back so we could hash out everything that's
Okay.
going on.
All right. Now,
Yeah.
you're saying your grandson can't afford an attorney. Here's the bad news. There are no free attorneys.
Yeah, well, we're not really looking for a free one. He can afford an attorney, just not a real expensive one. And the ones he's been calling, they want $5,000 to $8,000 just to start, and he can't afford that. Now, if it was $3,000 to start,
Now, listen,
that's
I want you to call and do me a favor and call them and then see what they say. Harris Family Law, let me tell you why I recommend them. Rich Harris and Lisa Harris started this firm. They have a bunch of attorneys, and they might be able to handle just one issue. Instead of like the whole shooting match, if you tell them, I just need you to handle this one thing. We were set up for 50-50. There was an altercation. Now they're denying 50-50. That's the only – see, they do what's called unbundled services. So they can take a look at just that one aspect instead of the whole case. Do you understand?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
But you have to say it to them. You have to say, we are looking to handle just one issue because we can't afford a lot of money. Tell them right up front and see what they say. No, I'm serious. You wanted a recommendation. That's one of them. Let me give you his number. 303.
Okay, great.
515 5000.
Okay, great.
Just say you're interested in some of the unbundled services because, you already have, they're not married and all of that. And they were having now, did they ever have a parenting plan in place ever? How old's the baby?
Yeah, she's about 2.5 now.
What was the parenting plan before this? What was it before the 50-50?
Well, that's how it started initially, was 50-50. When they separated, he went and got an attorney.
Okay,
and
so
they went
it was
to court.
50-50 for the whole baby's life.
Yeah.
And now they want to change it.
Yeah, they don't want him to get
Well, guess
her
what?
at all.
That's going to be impossible for them almost. I'm telling you, unless you're in front of the judge shooting up crack, you're going to get 50% custody. I mean, most of the time, they really only – I'm telling you, you have to be deplorable not to get shared custody. So I would call Rich Harris, harrisfamilylaw.com, 303-515-5000. 303-515-5000. All right. Now, we're going to get back to Kelly and a deposit. In a second, I want to talk to Rock, American Restoration. He is a.
Yeah.
What is the weirdest cleanup you've ever been called on? I'm just curious because you do mostly fire and flood, right? Is that mostly what you do?
Yes. One time we had a meth, fire, and death all at the same time.
Oh my God! A meth, fire, and death. Now,
yes, all at the same time.
Was that meth fire covered by insurance? Do you know?
No, it's not unless you have like you mentioned some type of rider. No, that's not a natural disaster. So that's a repeated. They start on January 1st and they're smoking there till January, February, March, April, however long. That's not a unless you have some type of you're a renter. You have some type of multifamily insurance that covers that.
Okay, I want to talk to Brian about that. Brian at Compass Insurance Group. We talked a lot about the fires and replacement value, and I urge people to go back and listen. It's very valuable information, or to call them to make sure you have the right coverage for the future. Compass Insurance, 303-996-9000. And I'll give out Rock's number at American Restoration later. But, Brian, what about meth? He said meth labs, people aren't covered. If you're a landlord, you're just SOL.
Well, he's not wrong that it could be perceived as being something that happens over a period of time repeatedly over and over, which is not really what insurance is for. However, I have actually dealt with this where the insurance company originally said no. We went back and forth with them, and in this particular case, they covered it underneath the vandalism clause. So we did get some coverage for it, but yeah, I wouldn't count on it. And there is no endorsement that can be put on the policy to cover you for something like that. But there are ways to get it covered if something does happen, especially like you just mentioned, if it's a fire. I would call that proximate cause and battle for it to be covered underneath that avenue. But just it being, corroded because of the meth would be a hard one to do.
Or
to
if it needs to be restored, if the house needs to be gutted because of meth, that would be hard.
Right, exactly.
Oh,
yes,
my
that's
goodness.
hard to find coverage for unless you can get it underneath vandalism, because there's not going to be a peril listed. And with those rental homes specifically, they're not as comprehensive as home policies, so they are named peril. They tell you what perils are covered, and unless you can get a peril that is caused the damage, then you won't be able to find coverage underneath the policy.
All right. What I want to know is if people need an insurance checkup or to make sure that they have adequate replacement cost coverage, not everyone does. Compass Insurance does free insurance analysis at 303-996-9000. 303-996-9000. And American Restoration, I'll give out their number, 8337-AM-REST. One of the few, I hate saying this, but it's true, one of the few companies you can call and not get ripped off. Rock, I've said this before about your industry. You may not like hearing it, but in most industries, there's a chance of being ripped off, right? A chance. In the restoration business, there's a chance of not being ripped off.
Yes, there's a lot of there's a lot of negotiation that needs to go on, and
just say it like it is, Rock. There are a bunch of clowns and rip-offs in the restoration business.
There are. Yes, there are.
Okay.
Yes, there are.
I mean, I appreciate that you don't like talking down. I know I do. You don't like talking smack. And I do that. I also appreciate that it's a veteran-owned business, a minority-owned business. You don't like mentioning that. I'm doing it. I love the way you run your company. And you tell people right up front, here's what we can do, or we can just do this. We can do whatever you need. You don't come in there when they're under stress and just pound them over the head. You know what I mean?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Rock, a question for you. Are you being called on the Marshall fires, or do you normally not get called when it's that devastating because they're total losses?
It depends. We offer a number of services that can be comprehensive. On a total loss, even if there's a total loss, there's still some mitigation that needs, just the property needs to be cleared. There may be hazardous materials that are left behind. We can handle that.
Are you going to say that most of the time your services are covered by homeowners? Would you say that's a safe assumption? Brian, is that a safe assumption?
His services? Well, it depends on what the damage is.
I mean, for fire, I'm talking fire, flood, mold, asbestos, that kind of stuff.
Well, yeah, no. I mean, any kind of restoration, if it's a fire, that should be covered underneath the insurance. That's part of an insurance claim. But, flood, you would have to have the flood insurance. But if it's applicable to insurance, they should be taking care of that.
Yeah. And I imagine that, Rock, do you talk to the insurance people directly?
Yes, directly. It's the best that if all parties are on board prior to or during the process, it makes things go smoother.
All right. More coming up.
Do roller coaster stock markets make you nervous? With such frequent ups and downs, don't let market volatility derail your retirement. Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, Saturday on 630 K-House. If you're concerned about the markets, call today to schedule a complimentary review of your portfolio. Call 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604. Or online, yourmoneyyourretirement.com.
They go away.
I had a scan done of my carotid artery that could have saved my life. In fact, I know people where it directly saved lives. It's the most accurate, low-cost diagnostic method right now. It's 15 minutes, pain-free, non-invasive. You sit in a chair, and they scan your carotid artery. $150. And that's it. And if you do have any soft plaque, you can get rid of it. You can reverse it with new techniques and treatments. It's the real deal. Corescans.com. Get it done. You can eradicate heart disease and stroke. COR scans without the E. Corescans.com. 720-740-2663. 720-740-2663. If you need countertops of any kind, marble, quartz, granite, as the name implies, the art of granite, or solid surface, man-made, you can get them all from theartofgranite.com. The art of granite should be called the art of doing things the right way. He tears out and hauls away free. He does the bathroom free when you do the kitchen. And he also takes care of you when it comes to pricing. He is so proud of his pricing, he will give it to you on the phone. You call and get a price for your project. Theartofgranite.com. 303-386-5919. 303-386-5919.
Grainberry. Hi, I'm Peter Harris for Grainberry Cereals, and I want to know, what are your health goals for
when I'm in a bad mood and I'm like, hey, do this, yeah, do more on. Calls go with Mark does. When we are nice and just flow, the calls me.
These guys often suggest, hey, back up, slow down.
Don't be so critical.
Yeah.
Because when you start your day with a goal, I've told you that last time. It is. There's something absolutely positive about it.
It feels more helpful.
And I don't necessarily like it because I don't feel like I'm being entertained or energetic.
No, I get it. You guys get in that flow.
And when you do it, man, come on, you're crazy.
Some people deserve it though, Tom. When you got a idiot on the line, you need to at least crank it up a little bit.
That one guy that thought I could really come down.
We have everything in the store on sale at pre-inflation
pricing.
Once you give $100, if they accept it, they have to keep accepting $100 payments.
Can you imagine if you could write a contract like that? You just give them a payment, and he thought, well, they told me once they accept it, they've made a new deal. No, they haven't.
No, they have. They just decided to take your money because they want it.
Two-time Super Bowl champion, three-time Pro Bowler, Ring of Famer with the Denver Broncos. We got dumbbells, we got fitness equipment, we got treadmills, we got bikes, we got it in stock right now. My original fitness equipment came from a big box store. Filled the space, looked great, but it just wasn't functional. So you know what happened? Didn't get used. We have the best warranties. It's commercial-grade equipment made for your home. Visit one of our 6 convenient locations today or fitnessgallery.com.
This is Brent Ivinson with Ideal Home Loans. We all know it's the most expensive time of the year. However, it's getting less expensive. Were you somebody that was forced into a jumbo loan in the past or had to do a first and a second mortgage to avoid jumbo financing? If so, you can now take advantage of increased loan amounts that allow you access to the lowest interest rates in the market. Get out of your jumbo loan today and start saving. Call to find out more. 303-867-7000 or online at idealhomeloans.com.
Exergen would like you to know about an important study just released by the FDA. It confirms what the medical community has known all along. Non-contact thermometers are not accurate. The study also reports that they fail to meet FDA requirements for accuracy in labeling. With new strains of COVID on the rise, we can't afford to tolerate the rampant false temperature readings from non-contact thermometers. Accurate temperature measurements are essential. You need Exergen thermometers because they're accurate and backed by over 100 clinical studies. Be sure, be accurate with Exergen or at Exergen.com.
Jackson Hewitt needs you to know 3 things about filing taxes this year. 1, there are thousands of dollars worth of new tax credits on the table. 2, you have to file for them to make sure you get the right amount. 3, a Jackson Hewitt Tax Pro will help track down every credit you deserve. Tax credits for being a parent, taking care of a parent, going to school, and so much more. You don't want to miss out on thousands. Jackson Hewitt knows that. Discover thousands in tax credits and get your biggest refund guaranteed. Learn at jacksonhewitt.com.
This report is sponsored by the Ad Council.
Mostly sunny with temperatures stay in the upper 40s, but it is going to be windy with high wind warnings in effect for the front range, some gusting up to 65 miles per hour. I'm Fox 31 everyone. Good point, Weather Team Meteorologist Kylie Worth.
Attention prickers. Those awesome finds you get at Goodwill are even awesomer than you realize. Because as a nonprofit, Goodwill uses your purchases to fund job training and more in our neighborhoods. Learn more at goodwill.org. Sponsored by the Ad Council.
Denver's talk station. Online at khelp.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Kelly, what is happening here? What is going on, Kelly?
Hi. So we had hired a company to help us remodel our deck, and then what ended up happening was we paid him a deposit. He took the deposit and then never did any work, and then just kind of stopped responding to us altogether.
How much did you pay the contractor?
We paid him about $2,600.
And who is the contractor?
The company is Burke Construction and Design.
B-U-R?
B-U-R-K-E.
Construction and Design. And how did you find them?
We found it online through Thumbtack, and he had some positive reviews. Now, looking back, all of the positive reviews were from several years ago, and since then it seems like there have been a lot of other people who've had a similar experience to what we went through over the last 6 months or so.
Okay. Do you have a name of a person there that you gave the money to?
Yes, Shane Burke. He's the owner.
Shane?
Uh-huh.
Burke. Okay. Here's what I want to tell you. There's a Contractors Trust Act in Colorado. And it's really important that they know about it, meaning some judges have let people skate in bankruptcy when they claim ignorance of the law. So if you have an email or a voicemail or something, you need to let them know at this place, Burke Construction, Shane Burke specifically, that he is in violation of the Contractors Trust Act, which says any money collected needs to be applied to the job and held in trust and not commingled with other funds. So that's the first thing. Once this guy is aware of it, you can go to small claims court and you can get a judgment for fraud against him. Or you can get him arrested if he doesn't pay it. There's some teeth in this thing. However, of course, in these days of smash and grabs, you got to put things in perspective. A lot of these civil crimes are going, to the back seat. You know what I mean? But here's what I want to know. How did you pay?
With check.
Cash or a check?
Check.
God. Did he ask for cash?
No, he preferred check.
Red flag right there. And you didn't call anyone to check on him at all. You just met with him. How did he seem really nice and trustworthy? I often wonder how you never meet someone, hand him $2,600 in cash with nothing but a promise that he'll come back. I just wonder. When did you pay him, by the way?
In April. And we had a contract with him too. But yeah, I mean,
Does he answer his phone? Does he answer his phone?
He did. For a while, he stopped answering my calls.
We should try to call him. His name is Shane Burke. And you have his cell phone?
I do.
In fact, we should let people give the number out, because people, if they see that number, they can be aware of it and beware of it and not use this clown. And the name Burke Construction and Design, Shane Burke. About how old is Shane?
I would guess about 40.
And did you see his photo anywhere in your searching?
Yeah, and I have met him in person. He came out and
No, I mean, do you have any pictures of him we can post?
Oh, I think so. Yeah. I mean, he has one on his online profile, so it's out there.
Suze, can you snatch that for us? You can talk to her off the air. Let's let one of our deputies call him and warn him about the Contractors Trust Act. Then we'll put his number out, okay? Suze, after that. Let's at least give him a chance. 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4.
Now, impact traffic. This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change the future in a single moment. See how far your
Mile high, right?
go at unbound.org.
BlakeHarrisLaw.com. For your estate planning purposes. I love Blake because he loves answering questions free of charge. He even does it on TikTok. Look him up, Blake Harris Law. Or you can call him, 833-ASK-BLAKE. Whether you need a simple will, a trust, or something of a combination to protect your assets, to protect your heirs, to protect yourself from lawsuits, or to set maybe a special needs trust or something like that, or a simple beneficiary's deed. BlakeHarrisLaw.com, 833-ASK-BLAKE.
Did you know nearly a
So many people have told me about Orchard. And no wonder. It's the new way to sell. For example, Orchard makes you a cash offer for your home. And when your home sells for more, you keep the difference. No longer do you have to choose between an easy home sale or the best price for your home. Let me tell you about Rudy, a recent Orchard customer. Rudy's home sold on the market for $33,000 above his cash offer. Had he gone to a home buying company, he would have missed out on that extra money. But with Orchard, he got more cash at closing. Rudy's story isn't unique. 99 out of 100 Orchard customers sell on market for more than their cash offer. Getting started is easy. You go online and enter your address at orchard.com. Takes just a couple of minutes, and you skip home listing. If you're thinking about selling, or just curious what Orchard would pay for your home, get a no-cost, no-obligation offer at orchard.com. That's orchard.com. How long will this bear market last? What will the next recession look like? Are you financially prepared? Visit my website now at kurtcambier.com for your free portfolio analysis. That's Kurt with a K, CAMBIER.com. Securities offered through Cambridge Investment Research Inc., a broker-dealer, member of FINRA SIPC. Investment advisor representative, Cambridge Investment Research Advisors Inc., a registered investment advisor. Cambridge and Centennial Capital Partners are not affiliated. This is Dan Kaplis. People often ask what the secret is to the many large jury verdicts and settlements that we've been fortunate to win. I tell them that our tactic is the truth. Our clients are very good people who've been seriously injured because of someone else's recklessness, and we do whatever it takes to make sure that their true story is told and proven. And because our cause is true, the compensation is large. Call me at 303-907-5003 or hit dankapleslaw.com. That's dankapleslaw.com.
And look, another pipe leak.
I thought Mr. Fix-A-Leak fixed that.
I thought you did too.
Well, it's just a drop.
It's a trickle.
I can patch a trickle.
Oh yeah? Can you patch a slab leak, Mr. Fix-A-Leak?
A slab leak?
You see that water coming up?
Yeah, well, it's seeping out.
Don't splash it.
So what do you want to do?
Call Repipe New pipe specialists can repipe our whole house and guarantee no leaks for life. And new pipes can improve our low water pressure. It costs about half the price of a plumber, and they can do it in as little as a day.
Mr. Fix-A-Leak can't do that.
Luckily, you can't fix leaks either.
Tired of leaks or low water pressure? Call New Pipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new pipes too, and guarantee no leaks for life. Call 303-22.
Then maybe you should tell jokes, Tool Slayer. I'll laugh at them.
Call today. 303-228.
Are we being too quiet? Yeah. Yep, we're being too quiet. Well, you don't want me to sing because, like, my tune bucket has a hole in it.
Hi. I sent you an email, that guy that called earlier about the toll road, the video.
Yeah, oh, good.
Yeah.
What kind of shot, MH? Keep them from getting shots or shot at? Chicago.
Denver's talk station. Online at khelp.com.
In a database, so you guys got jokes.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Suze, Kelly called and said she gave this guy at Burke Construction, Shane Burke, $2,600 in April, and he did nothing. And I call that theft. And by the way, the Contractors Trust Act also calls it that. So he could be arrested for that. I mean, again, I don't know if it's going to get a priority, but it's not just civil anymore. What's going on?
So we just talked for a little bit, Tom. Shane said that he ended up with COVID in the hospital, and it really backed his company up. He sort of felt like that since she signed the contract that she should be fulfilling her side of the contract with him. But
Which is what?
Which is to finish out the contract and let him do the job.
Oh, she won't let him do it now?
But he just said, if this is going to be turned into this, I'll give her $2,500 back. So
Or, hold on.
Kelly just needs to reach out to him.
Well, hold on. He made it sound like it's Kelly's fault. Now, that's something crazy. Kelly.
Well, he told me in August he would give us the money back, and then he stopped responding to us.
Here's what I want to know, all right? Did he say he would redo it?
No, but
not redo it. I mean, start the job. Did he say he would start the job?
No.
So what does he mean?
Well, that's not what he indicated to me. He felt like, and maybe it's because he felt like he was fired before he was even given the opportunity to finish the job. He was pretty frustrated with my call, but he was willing to give her the money back.
Okay. Let's see if he comes through, Kelly. Did you fire him? Did you at any time say, I don't want you now?
No. In July, after about 3 months of going back and forth, we said, this doesn't seem like it's working. He apologized. He said that it was his fault. I said I'd like to get the deposit money back, and he said he would return it. That was in August.
Okay. Well,
at least we got it worked out, right?
I think we can. Let's do it. Yeah. Now, on this highway footage he sent me, I do not see the sign this guy is talking about in the video. Did you look at the video? I do not see anything that says express lane open to everyone or to all. Not one sign. So I don't know what I'm not looking at here. I mean, downtown, it doesn't say open to all. So what is he talking about? Guy sent us a video and claimed that he had, and here's another thing. Why would you drive along videotaping, or is that just a dash cam? That's probably a dash cam, yeah. So he said he was driving along, and it said express lane open to all. I don't see one sign that says that, not one. So could you ask him where it is? Because I have no idea. I mean, I was going to stick up for him. He says, yeah, it says open to all. But when I went on there, they charged me that day. So, okay, hold on. What does it say? Oh, hold on. There it is. It's a tiny little sign that says open to all. It says open. I see that. Open to all. Okay, now I get it. Okay, I see that. Where is it on the video? I gotta post this video. Because he's right. It does say open to all at the 40-second mark. Open to all. All right. And yet he got a ticket. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Rob's got a question for Compass Insurance Group. Rob, go ahead.
Yeah, Tom. My wife and I were talking at dinner the other night, with all those fires. Where would you start to find a builder for 1,000 homes, putting money down? Where would you even start to go about this process?
That's a good question.
You are exactly right, and that's whenever there's a catastrophe like this where many homes in a small area have been damaged. Yeah, the struggle will come to the fact that trying to find laborers and construction workers that are going to be able to take the jobs and get going on it. You'll see an influx coming into Colorado for this purpose, but that's why your loss of use is an important coverage as well, because it's going to take a while to get these homes rebuilt.
I mean, you're going to have every carpetbagger coming in town, taking money up front, and who knows if you'll get even started on a process 12 months from now.
You're absolutely right. And you know what? That's something we really need to emphasize, because there's going to be a lot of cheaters out there, liars and cheaters. And
I wouldn't even know where to begin. I wouldn't even know where to start. If my home got totally destroyed, you could spend a whole hour just talking about what to do.
Maybe what we ought to do is take it upon ourselves, seriously, here at the Troubleshooter Show, to go up there and start clearing people. I'm serious about that, and checking people out for people free of charge. That would be something we might want to do. You bring up a very, very good point. Where do you even start? Where do you even start?
I wouldn't know where to start, Tom.
Now, I believe that was a tract community, right? They weren't custom homes, and I don't mean that as an insult. But that would be something an entrepreneur would want to pick up on, to get a company up there to handle the whole project, go door to door and try to figure out who's there, and that you guys will help out. Rob, welcome to the show. What's going on with you? Oh, sorry, that's not Rob. This is Rob. Rob, go ahead. Are you there? Go ahead, Rob.
Hey, I'm here, Tom. How you doing?
Good. What's happening with you?
My truck survived the wildfire. It was parked for 4 days up there at McCaslin, right by the Tesla dealership that burned down. Yeah, I was able to walk in and get it yesterday. But no physical damage, Tom, but you can imagine the smell that's inside of there. And my fear is that any of these over-the-counter products, these bombs that these auto shops want to do, is it going to take the smoke out? Is my car ever going to be back to normal, or should I be pushing for a total here?
All right. First of all, Brian, is smoke coverage in a car from a fire if it was parked in proximity of a fire?
Yeah, you can get coverage for smoke damage based off of a fire, obviously. So depending on the extent of damage that is there, I don't usually see them being total losses if it was just smoke, because they're able to get that smell out eventually. But I totally understand what he's saying. That's an awful lot of smoke to try to get out of the smell of the vehicle.
Have you taken
Right, and so
Go ahead.
Not yet, Tom. I work with Compass, and my thing is I talked to 2 auto detailers. One guy said he spent 20 hours on somebody's car the last time it was in a fire in Boulder 5 years ago or something. 20 hours later, it still smelled. And another guy's telling me, oh, I'll fix that 5 hours. So who do I believe? And what happens if, you know, I'm 2 or 3 times in of getting this car detailed and it still smells?
Well, that would be something your insurance would have to cover then. I mean, would have to address. So right now, what you ought to do is go to not normal detailers, but go to people who specialize in this kind of stuff. Let me ask something. Rock with American Restoration. Do you know of any people who do smoke treatments for cars? Rock? Okay.
Yes, you know, that's a specialty item again. There, we have some commercial grade substrates that we work on that can help that, but it's not a guarantee. It's a tough one. It's a tough one, just kind of depending. You know, if you can reupholster and get things out, that can help. So it's kind of on a case by case basis.
Hey, Tom?
Yeah?
Right.
Yeah, and I obviously welcome him to call us if he hasn't already, and we have an in-house claim person that can get involved to help with this process, because this might be one that he needs a little assistance with. So by all means, call us, and we'll get someone involved with
Yeah, especially if you say that you work with them already. So you ought to do that, okay? Now, Brian, you have a question. Brian, what is your question?
Got a couple questions. First off, I did use Plumbline Electrical yesterday.
Yes.
They were awesome.
Good.
Isaac and Sherman, they were just
great.
They didn't have a splice for the wall, but they actually figured out a way to do it without having to wait for about a week to get the part.
Good.
So I was super happy.
Good.
Anyway, my question for Compass is, these people who are going to say, I'm not going to rebuild my property, how does the insurance work on that? If they're going to move somewhere else, they still get the claim, and they're not going to rebuild.
Oh, that's a good question. That's a good. Hold on. Let's come back and figure that out.
Is this Mile High again?
Woodley's Fine Furniture, specializing in handcrafted Colorado-made furniture, custom upholstery, solid wood, and the most comfortable leather furniture imaginable. You will not find better built furniture in Colorado than at Woodley's. Visit woodleys.com today.
I cannot stop talking about core scans, and you should be talking about it too. It's $150 and 15 minutes. And it could save your life. It's the most accurate, low-cost diagnostic method known. In just 15 minutes, you can know your risk of heart disease and stroke. A lot of people say, oh, no, I'd rather not know. Well, of course you would. Because if you're about to drop dead from this or it's in your future, you can stop it. There are methods now to stop it. There's treatment that instantly will arrest it and reverse it over, well, not instantly, instantly starts working. So please, core scans. .com. That's without an E, core, C-O-R, corescans.com, 720-740-2663. You sit in a chair, it's non-invasive. Get it done to save your life. Corescans.com. Now, if you're looking for a loan, you want an ideal loan that fits your situation. That's why I tell you to go to Ideal Home Loans. For your next ideal home loan, we're talking about ideal when it comes to picking your term. Pick whatever term you want. Doesn't have to be 15 or 30. Ideal when it comes to interest rates, because no matter when you refinance, you get a 2-year guarantee. If rates go down, they refinance you free of charge. Ideal when it comes to taking cash out or leaving, just getting lower payments, whatever you want, or both. Ideal when it comes to credit optimization because they will tweak your credit even though you're approved to get you even better pricing. And tweaking means, like, for example, maybe there's an address wrong or time on the job or something like that. Then the next thing they do is a pre-approval if you want it, which is like a cash deal. Your offer goes to the top. You're approved. The money's set aside. IdealHomeLoans.com, 303-867-7000.
Still liking your new PC?
Oh my God! When I really like it now, you don't notice that much, But holy shit, when I was editing, I was doing full HD video, live editing, as opposed to rendering, and there's no rendering. It's just you put the clips together, it's done. There's no rendering. It's all done.
That's sweet.
What's going on, sister?
With Brian Burns, I originally had him scheduled to be by phone tomorrow. Do you still want him tomorrow?
If he wants to just stand by, yeah.
Yeah, just because, I mean, with the fire stuff, we're going to have a
more.
shit ton of everything, aren't we?
Yeah, we will. I'm sorry for this.
No, you know what, though? You should. I put essential oils in your mask. That helps, too, when you got to wear a mask walking around.
Interesting. Look out.
Yeah, I'd like to get less for your home and possibly save up to $1,000 a month. Now is the time to call American Financing, Colorado's home for home loans. Hey, it's Ross Kaminsky reminding you that mortgage rates are still incredibly low, making it a great time to get an absolutely free mortgage review from American.
Like I said, I could sing, but y'all won't like that. Won't sound good at all. Might give somebody a headache.
On you, and you may be able to skip 2 mortgage payments, creating even greater upfront savings. So what are you waiting for? It only takes 10 minutes to get started, and you can pre-qualify for free by calling 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or online at AmericanFinancing.net. That's AmericanFinancing.net.
That's 12334 regulated by the Division of Real Estate. BC Powder knows life pushes us to the max. Work to the max. Family to the max. It can all mean pain to the max. So BC introduces new BC Max Strength. New BC Max relieves tough headaches and body pain at the speed of powder. Nothing stronger on pain without a prescription. Pain to the max. New BC Max. In a great tasting lemonade flavor.
No. I do not do requests.
Large enterprises, small businesses, and individuals use the secure Zoom platform to enable new ways of working, learning, hosting events, and supporting their customers. And now you can save 15% on meetings, chat, and phones with the Zoom United bundle. Visit zoom.com/bundle. Zoom, how the world connects.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering your refund tool is growing in your backyard.
I need to put something on this because it's not comfortable sitting on that rubber. It has no move, no dip to it.
Tom, that line 1 is just Jeff Jolliffe if you want to tease that for tomorrow.
Please ask him.
It is.
Or ask her to please hang to come tomorrow.
I already confirmed.
Ask her to do tomorrow. Please.
Yeah, you going to talk about it for a hot second though, or no? Okay.
I'll be back on the 10th, 630K out, Denver's Talk Station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-8255. Brian's got a question for Brian. I don't think I took this. Brian, what is your question?
It's about in the fire respect.
Oh, yeah, you did. You did start your question. It's a brilliant one. What happens, Brian Burns at Compass Insurance Group, if someone doesn't want to rebuild? They don't get replacement costs, so they only get actual cash value. What do they get?
It's a great question, and there's very few companies that offer it, but there's some of the companies will offer a cash-out settlement. Now, in which case you would get, up to your dwelling amount or even the extended amount if able to be proved with what the cost would be to rebuild it. But that's very uncommon to see. Most companies do not have this ability where you get to cash out. But in a case like this, when there's so many homes that are damaged in a small area, it will not surprise me if they start offering this because it saves them money. But the only warning I would have for people is that if you do the cash-out settlement, that coverage is for your loss of use. The extra money you're getting to be able to find another place to live in this time will be on a timetable at that point. If you're getting a cash-out settlement, they'll limit the amount of time they're going to pay for you to live in another home or pay for that expense.
Or they would consider it. Here's what I'm saying, Brian. If they would pay temporary living up to a year, and if they would pay a bunch of other stuff, and you tell them, I'm willing to take a cash settlement, they're going to factor that in and boost the settlement a little.
Well, or they'll take it in consideration of whether they'll even do it, because if their policies don't show that they'll do this, that would obviously entice them to want to do that. But I do think you'll see that come out in this condition. Now, of course, you're not getting coverage for the land, so at that point you would be responsible for trying to sell the land to be able to gain some of that money as well.
That's what my next question was about. What about the land?
A smart builder. Smart builder would be up there right now soliciting people to buy their lots and along with a public adjuster negotiating to do cash deals. I'm serious. Because really it would serve everyone. Those people can leave. They can come back if they want and buy one of the houses, but they really should do cash out. Builders should buy the lots. And it's a development. It's already developed. It's really a good idea. By the way, we're out of time. Good news. By the way, American Restoration, amrest247.com. Brian Burns will be back here tomorrow because it's such a major issue. We'll be talking about insurance again along with other stuff. So, Dennis, we'll bring you first up tomorrow. I'm Tom Martino. For Suze to leave, Shannon on the board, we say good day and save all your problems for me.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected.